1, 2. I've got all my titles set up. I've started the stream. It's going to YouTube. And then I open the chat from YouTube. youtube.com/ohbothervod. Fixing up an M-303 modular synthesizer. That sounds a lot like yesterday's title. Oh, and then Willow's barking. Let's pop out the chat. And then I need to post on Blue Sky. And then I also need to get my Blue Sky link into some of the commands. How do we do that? I don't know how we do that. I'll have to figure that out in a second. Music, 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 music. Let's hit play. There we go. Got some of that Orbital going on in the background. I like Orbital. And then, what's up, Sfar? Post. There we go. Thousands of people are going to follow me from Blue Sky. There was an exodus of the electronics creatives from Blue Sky, or sorry, from Twitter to Blue Sky. So I'm doing my due diligence. I don't have 500 followers on there like I do on Twitter, but you know, I've only been on Blue Sky for a couple days. So so we did a little bit of post there. Maybe we'll get some people following us in. It's nice to kind of get in on something where everybody kind of moves to a new social media platform, because everybody is so much more friendly and all the content is relevant. You don't get the political just bloviating all over the place. It's nice, it's fresh, there's not as much shit posting there, and people are supportive of projects and stuff. So it's actually a wonderful little environment now. And if you guys want to get in on that, I mean, just express interest in like the Discord, and I'll post about it there at some point. There's a thing where you go in there and you just hit go, and it'll follow all of the electronics channels for you. And if you go back to it and click it again, it'll follow all the ones that you didn't follow before. So as people are added to this list of content creators in regards to electronics, as the list grows, you can re-update your list and still follow all those people if they're stragglers. Pretty cool. Cool little system. Let's see. So I got YouTube popped out. The only other thing I need to do is my commands. Nobody uses these. Why do I update these? Nobody uses the bot commands from an extreme unless I've like fallen into a well. So the next one's going to be on Thursday, because I skip Wednesdays. I skip Wednesdays for a very good reason. It's that I have to order parts. Sometimes I need to order electronics parts, and while I do have an Amazon warehouse shoved up half of my butthole, it still takes a little bit of time for me to get stuff. I can't do that company thing where it's like time is money and you just spend the super duper shipping for everything. What I can do is have Amazon Prime, and then I get stuff in 2 days at least, so I can have parts by Thursday. In the case of the transistors that oh yeah, that Windows update I never applied. Snooze. In the case of the transistors, I ordered them just now, and they're going to get here tomorrow at some point, which is really good. So that's what Wednesday is for. But we're going to do everything that we did to the anonymous user who sent in their M-303. We're going to do everything to that one, to Dave's. We're going to reset Dave's M-303 so that it is OG again. And supposedly all the stuff that we put on there works. And then we'll have to cross-compare some of the operation, because I'm not getting a lot of volume out of the thing, and I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe Dave's will be louder, and I'll know to replace the LM1007 or whatever it is. So anyway, back to commands. Next stream is Thursday, which is 24th. Thursday, October 24th. The October is burnt away, hasn't it? I did that thing yesterday where they took a bunch of my blood and they used the vacuum bottle again, and it went amazingly. I found out that if I move my wrist in a particular way, it stems the flow of blood out of my body. I know how to bleed out really well at this point. Oh, that's the Discord link. I didn't need to change that. I need edit com. I need to change it to, I love how OctoJ added Toronto in the time zone. It says at 12:45 p.m. America/Toronto. I would have never put that in there. He insists on, he's Canadian. Toronto time. Let's see, 24th. And then I need my Blue Sky address. What is that? O-bother bother. It's a dash instead of an underscore because Blue Sky doesn't allow underscore. Absolutely obnoxious. There's that. So we need at obother.bsky.social. How does that go down? Follow obother on. Oh boy, how do I do this? Changing the command is going to make it ugly. What is Blue Sky? Do I do B-Sky or do I spell it all out? I'm looking at how to update my silly commands. So if I do bsky.app / damn it, o-bother, it's going to come up with a 404. Yeah. And the first thing I see is Toby Fox is just posting profile, or can I do /@ o-bother? Nope. obother dot, what is it again? It's bsky.social. Nope, not that either. Ah, the wires are getting in the way of the keyboard. I hate that. Let's go to the desk shot for a second here while I try to figure this stuff out. I guess you have to do /profile /. All right, so that would be. Oh my God, I get this fucking thing. Okay, hold on. These wires are getting into the keyboard, and this keyboard is open, so they get under the keys, and then I'm unable to press stuff on the keyboard. I'm trying to actually get like how to share this stuff. It's like random profile, and it's bsky profile, and then, oh, so you can do, you don't need the whole thing. gwillow.me, so if it's bother, nothing. Profile bother, bsky. Why do they have different? Huh. What the heck? What the flippin' heck? bsky.app, bsky.social. What? Jeff Higgins. I'm not Jeff Higgins. You know, I think Google's taken some. See, there's bother without the space. Damn it. Are they stealing my content? No, they look like they're doing their own thing. Where's the dash? I guess I haven't gotten into the search algorithms yet, huh? Top 5 USB moments. What? Okay, well, I guess I'll just take this. bsky app, blah, 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 blah. And then do bsky 2 stars so that Discord knows that it is bold. Although, can I do that without the stars? I don't know. bsky : space. Actually, we don't need the space in there. And then put the space outside of the 2 stars. Put that link in. And then we have that. But the problem now is that it's not going to line up. Stealing your content. It's something that happened with Hackaday, where if you would post something like on Hackaday's site, like I'd write an article and then post it on Hackaday, and then almost immediately these content scrapers would grab the entire text and images and put it up on their own blog. And so I identified a couple of them, and they suck the Hackaday corporate people on those accounts to get them to shut down because they were just stealing content. So that's what I thought that was. Oh Bother is not a fairly unique thing. So other people are obviously using it for, you know, their own stuff. And I'm late to Blue Sky, so I didn't get O_bother because they don't allow underscores in the Blue Sky address, which is really annoying because YouTube does it just fine. Like for the Oh Bother VOD channel. But that's branding. That's branding for you. All right, so if I commit this to the end card, I'm going to take a look at what the end card looks like, and it'll probably be all chewed up. And then I have to fix the formatting. Follow Oh Bother on Twitter. Where's my command? 9 minutes and 28 seconds ago. Oh, longer than the minimum allowed, 500. I see. So we're just going to replace Twitter with B-Sky then. So follow Oh Bother on, and then we'll get rid of Twitter. And then, how do I make that bold? Oh, I see. The formatting thing comes. The formatting thing is a pop-up on. Oh, but then it adds the stars, but then it took away the stars. What the hell? Oh, and then if you formatted it, oh god, oh, it's a mess. Oh, it's a mess. B-Sky, :space. How did Octoj do those bolds? I guess he might have done it with the send message button. How did he do that? He might have formatted it in like Microsoft Word or something, because it's got like hidden markup. What was that about? What? Huh. Yeah, because if I bold it, it adds the things to it. I'll just keep it. I'll keep it unbolded. I don't know how Octoj did the formatting on that. So let me do this one, and that one should be enough characters. There we go. And now let's do an end command in Twitch and get that all lined up. Oh, I guess that works. I mean, or join Discord would be good if it was on another line. I like to paste it into Notepad to erase the formatting, but I want the formatting. And then, let's see, follow me on Blue Sky. If I put spaces in there, it might truncate the spaces. And how many do I need? 1, 2. Well, that's kind of not worth it. We just keep it as a big block. I would like to B-Sky Social or join our Discord. It'd be nice if that was on another line, but I don't know if that can really format. I think I'll leave it alone. I think it's just fine the way it is. It's a little paragraph block of text that has 2 links in it. It would be nice if it was nicely formatted, but it's a big pain. Yeah, I don't know. I think Octoj took it into another program that does the markup differently, and I don't know how to get Windows to bold it. He might have used a different character set even. Actually, can I just type in the middle of it? Wait a minute, I think I got it. Oh, nope, never mind. If you type in the middle of the characters, it does lowercase. 3 years, Smithclay, with the subscription? Holy carp. 3 years, 36 months. Boom. Smithclay, thank you so much for supporting this channel. I've moved my Twitter arrangement over to Blue Sky. I don't have a lot going on here yet. I did a picture of the desk, which, that looks kind of familiar, huh? Almost like I didn't touch it. Passage of time. The inexorable passage of time that we cannot avoid, that happens in spite of all of our best intentions. I've tried to slow down time. It doesn't happen. Well, it happens when you're like falling. So if you're falling, time apparently slows down. The little clock sector in our brains sparkles off a little differently, and you experience time slower. I thought being a speedster in superheroes would be excruciating. Could you imagine being a microcontroller and running at that speed? You think about everything at that advanced speed, and everybody else is just, how's it go? It's like, oh God, please be terse. Twitter, but founded by the old owner of Twitter, so also Twitter. Well, the thing is, without a lot of the BS, it's actually kind of nice. It's kind of nice. There was a big exodus of electronics people over there due to the blocking policies that the elongated muskrat has put into place on Twitter, and so a lot of my electrono buddies have suggested that I go over there. So I finally did it. This is going to blow up in just a second. This thing will not. My super gluing is not adequate to keep this thing together. But yeah, a lot of people moved over there, so I decided to go with them. And there's this nice thing that you can click on that will give you followings to all of the electronics people. So I can post that later on today if we need to. I put whatchamacallit on the crime and ornamentation. The oh crap, what was that firmware called? But yeah, it's the it enabled me to have all kinds of output types on this. Another social media app. I know people are burnt out about it, but it's like enough is enough with Twitter. Like, I've had enough. I know a lot of the big corporate accounts and celebrities have not moved to Blue Sky, but I suddenly realized that I don't care about them and I don't want them in my life. So it's actually been rather positive because I can focus down on what the small creators are doing, what people are making and building, instead of big stuff like what attention-starved celebrity needs a pat on the back. Like, don't care. I don't need to know. I'm happy in my bubble. So it's been pretty cool. All right, let's get the desk cleaned off a little bit because we need to do soldering today, and then hopefully we can get to testing today, and then we will hopefully move forwards from these M-303s. Right now, I am going through the process of signing up for an Autodesk Creators Program. Apparently, I was mentioned in a list of names of people that I think are way more famous than me, which is a little bit of imposter syndrome, isn't it? To have them go, well, you're one of the names for doing Fusion 360 electronics. And it's like, how is that even possible? New app? You mean social media or the Autodesk thing? The Autodesk thing, I'm signing up for a program that will allow me to have a copy of Fusion without lying to them. No, I wasn't lying to them, but I can't get an EDU anymore in good conscience. So, yeah. So, they scraped the Twitch thumbnails for creators that had Fusion 360 open. It wasn't Twitch, it was YouTube. It was all that YouTube uploading that I did that I think bumped me in the algorithm to somebody who was relevant, somebody who worked at Autodesk, and then they forwarded my name over to that program, which I am super duper thankful for, because that gets me out of kind of a sticky situation. I probably shouldn't say sticky situation. That makes it a little weird. So I am naturally going to say a sticky situation from now on. Have another follower. Yeah, let's see, 151. Huh. I think it plateaus or something. But yeah, you know, that'll go up. It's been steadily going up as the list of people. Let me find that list. I'm gonna find that list of people. Oh yeah, here it is. It's just my it's a re-whatevered post, a re-beskied post. But this is the creator starter pack with a whole bunch of us creator weirdos in it, and all you have to do is go to that. Which that's not the right one. That's his account, not the thing. It's this link, and then that link has a plus follow on it, and that will let you. It doesn't show the thing because I'm not signed in on this machine. But if you click on the thing, it'll literally just follow all those people in one click. So you can get started with actually having relevant content. Currently, I am not the first result in Google. Unfortunately, I had to do a hyphen. They didn't let me do an underscore. Mr. Twitter is instigating, military rule over his subjects and won't allow me to have the freedom of having an underscore. It's like the opposite of a block list, exactly. And there are block lists, by the way. There are good block lists that people have, where you click one button and you block a whole bunch of absolute filth. Not sticky until you're contractually obligated to mention how good the software is every X minutes. One of the good things is that in the agreement, it basically stipulated that I cannot lie about my impression of the software. So if I have a bad impression, I cannot, or if I have a good impression and I lie in order to get engagement and I say that the software is complete trash, that's illegal. And if I have a good impression or like a bad impression and I lie and I say it's absolutely the best thing ever, that's also not allowed. So apart from, you know, creative sarcasm that I can employ, it's basically, you're not allowed to lie about your impression. We're not saying positive or negative. We're just saying don't ham it up. So there it is. And that's basically how I operate anyway. I told you guys, if I do sign like a sponsor deal, you'll see me being overly positive about something. Apparently I'm not allowed to do that, but it's sarcasm, so it's for comedy. So, but I'm not going to do that. I mean, we use Fusion 360 as a program, and so that's what we're going to do. We're just going to use it as normal. I mean, that's what I've been doing before. So it's like, hey, here's a document that you can sign that says do exactly what you're doing, and we give you a free $800 a year piece of software. And I'm like, that sounds equitable. That sounds like a good deal. Like, that's it. So it's a pretty cool agreement. I'm super happy for the person that found my stream. That's amazing. Yeah, it's a cool agreement from them. I think a lot of these social influence kind of contracts are exactly like that, because I've read a couple in my day, only a couple, because I'm not that popular. There was some legal agreements for a place that wanted to take over the monetization of my channel and be able to influence titles so that I would get on the algorithm better. And I was like, no. But in that, I was looking at a bunch of legal agreements, and they were pretty much the same stuff. It's the same kind of agreement. So I'm okay with this. It does obligate me to do sponsored streams and to declare them as such. So that's fine. But the sponsored stream, it's up to me what I do. So good deal. Good deal. I guess eventually, if they really felt like it, they could put some stuff that's in the contract into effect, but they don't exactly have the manpower to do that. So I'm happy. I'm happy with it. I'm actually really happy with it. I expected it to be a little bit more greasy than it was, and it's not greasy at all. It's healthy. It has a good crunch to it. I can see how they want their semi-paid, unpaid advertisers happy. Yeah. How much is Fusion for a year? When I looked, hold on, Autodesk Fusion 360 pricing. We looked the other day and it was like $800 a year, I think. It's like $35 a month. Or okay, let's look. Let's actually look. I don't want to put misinformation on the internet, although that is my favorite pastime. Oh, $476 for a year. That's significantly down from what I thought it was. But $85 a month, so, you know, nearly $100 a month. But $476 for a year of the software. I mean, that's Adobe pricing, right? That's downright reasonable. It's a big chunk of money. It really is, but that is reasonable. So if I ever feel like not like shilling for them, it's not really shilling though. I'm not really shilling for them. If I ever feel like, I don't know, I don't know how I would break this agreement. The only way I think that I would break the agreement is if I figure out, if we suddenly come up with like a product. If I'm going to sell something and make money off of my 3D models, then I would go to this pricing, and I'd probably not make $400 off of whatever I'd make. But I don't do that already. Basically, if I do what I already do, I totally qualify. But yeah, this is $85 a month for this piece of CAD software, and I don't think that's totally unreasonable. I don't like how steep that price is, but it's, you know, once a year. It's like another car payment, but once a year. I was paying that per month for my car. I paid it off though. I did my due diligence. Yeah, renting software in general is, yeah, it's just the way everybody does it, though. It's the way everybody does it. We can't avoid it in this shitification scape of software environments. And the thing is, like, I learned AutoCAD in college. I tried FreeCAD, and it didn't quite, you know, hit all the check boxes for me. If you compare it to the others, it's good. And it's a good piece of software. It's a very capable piece of software. It does its job well enough. I mean, I think it's a very pretty piece of software. It does things visually. So if you're interfacing with clients and you want to show them the 3D model progress, I think Fusion does a pretty good job of presentation. When you were in college, AutoCAD was a one-line replacement. AutoCAD was a one-line program when I was in college. It was a command line program. And they used it in Johnny Mnemonic. Johnny Mnemonic used it's got Autodesk credentials on it. And you can still use the command line in Autodesk. You have to invoke it. You have to like right click and find the little thing that turns on the thing. We got to clean this off. This thing is disgusting. Hold on. I don't know what happened to it. I must have done a spit take near it and gotten like hoagie juice all over it. It's covered in like hoagie juice and like pizza. We're doing exactly what we did to Dave's 303 today. Trying to get that all done. Been using the free version for a long time. I'm happy as hell. I would have liked to try the free version, but this nice little creators thing happened just at the right time. So, do I have any? I don't have any Windex. I ran out. I need Windex. Where's my Windex? What'd you do with my Windex? I'm gonna get some kind of a cleaning thing. This one isn't. No, that one's empty. Oh, I moved all the alcohol stuff away though. I had rubbing alcohol available, but it's gone. Damn it. All right, this will stay dirty for now. I'll clean it later. This is sent in by Wexo. Wexo decided to take my emote. I sent him the vector of my emote, and he decided to blow it up and then print 3 different colors and then 4 different colors and make inserts in order to make the awe emote. It's pretty cute. I keep it around. It's nice. I took the plunge and learned FreeCAD, though when needed at work, I still use F360. Yeah, I don't know. I opened FreeCAD for about 10 minutes, and I tried to do stuff in it, and it was confusing to me, and so I immediately went back to 360, and that's where I've been since. Using the free version would be good, because then I could relate to people using the free version. Because, like, for the longest time, I had the EDU version, legitimately. I had the EDU version, and there were some things that weren't limited to it. And so I just learned to have 5,000 parts in all of my designs. And I think that's a no-no. I'm not sure. You have to like archive stuff. And so I actually went through, in the past couple days, I went through my entire account and I archived as much as I could, and I tried to pare everything down and then back it up. It's sneaky. You gotta do a sneaky thing in order to back everything up. FreeCAD is not my friend. I hear there are foibles, but every single CAD program has foibles. Every single one will frustrate you. So just go with what you're comfortable with and can afford. For me, that would be free, free or shilling to the company. Just, you know, lick the boots and allow them to give me a free copy. That's nice. Oh, that's nice. Did you step in something? It was very tasty. Get this motor out of here before it breaks something. I am itching to use these motors. I have had this built for some time now. It's been like months, and we've got the reduction on it and everything. I'm almost tempted to take this project and use it to automate my actual mill, the drill press mill. But having a manual drill press mill is to an advantage. I don't want this to be completely digitally controlled. But if I do completely digitally control it, I can do specific moves. I can get it to do all kinds of really accurate stuff. Is this a step motor? It is not. I am not stuck step motor. This is, in fact, a 3-phase. It's a Turnigy. It's a big Turnigy aero drive motor. It's like a relatively cheap Outrunner 3-phase motor and a gearbox and an encoder, an absolute encoder. It's a CUI incorporated absolute encoder on this thing. That turns it into a servo. So this is a fairly powerful geared servo now, because this thing likes to go fast, and this thing makes it slow. So I can, hopefully, I mean, my hope is that this will be able to move stuff very accurately, and I can make a CNC setup with it. Just have to find time. Find time and the right coupling. Because I didn't want to use belts anywhere, but it seems like in order to get this onto a horizontal drive, the best way to do it is going to be to have a belt between the drive and this thing. But that adds a little bit of flex to the whole system. So I don't know. And then the alternative is to, for each of the knobs of this thing, put in the geared stepper. I might not even need, well, I would need to get a new, whatever the screw thing is in here, because that's what they do when they CNC these. But then you would have just a motor sticking out where each knob goes. I could even add a knob to the end of the motor. So no, that's probably a bad idea. It would have to zero and calibrate itself too. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do with that. What up, Proteus? How you doing? We're just chewing the fat at the beginning of stream. Kind of lazily cleaning up and talking about stuff. Things are going forward with AutoCAD, so I'm pretty happy with that. Very bad if the bad part is spinning. Well, yeah, having a knob on the end of that thing, because it would be whipping around, yeah. There would need to be like a clutch. Put even more mechanism on it, so it just goes further back. No, you wouldn't manual jog that kind of thing, because it would zero itself, and then you would want to move it using increments on like a digital thing. Somebody's knocking on the door. Somebody's ringing the bell. I've listened to this mix too much at the beginning of stream. Always such a warm welcome, feels like a human. Who have you been talking to? Who have you been talking to? Womp 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 now. On Twitch, you can hear music. On YouTube, you hear silence and me being a weirdo because I'm listening to music at the beginning of stream. YouTube, unfortunately, has made audio frequencies illegal, so you don't get the experience of the intro music. What was the introvert advice? If somebody's at your door, put on a jacket and answer the door, and then you can tell them, "Oh, I was just going out," or "Oh, I just got in," depending on whether or not you want to actually talk to these people. So you go, "Oh, I was just leaving. Can we do this another time?" Bye. Close and lock the door. Draw the blinds. Ooh, yeah. These speakers are not exactly built in. I'm not getting the volume out of the 303 that I thought I would be getting, which is a little bit concerning. And then this is going to be the big fusion circuit board design that we're doing with the microcontroller on the back end here. I'm going to try to get it within this area, and if I do JLPCB, then I will be able to actually possibly use 4 layers. Maybe I can get that all to fit, or I use the mutable instruments sized parts, the really annoying to solder small parts, and then I can get a lot more stuff on the board. I also got this hookup wire. I saw a picture of a PlayStation that had a mod chip on it, and the PlayStation mod chip was soldered down with this very wire. This very wire that I hold in my hand. Oops. This very wire was used to... Oh my god, what is up with this camera? Jonard, which is an interesting name. It sounds like AI made up the name. Jonard Tools wire wrapping wire. It has a different coating on it. It's like Kydex or something like that. And the coating does not melt. Let me fix this camera real quick. I got to do the procedure. The Logitech procedure that I hate doing, but these cameras were cheap. Microscope properties. Configure, actually, resolution, FPS. No, just FPS. 30. Click OK. Go to the properties. configure the video. We're going to take that gain down from all the way at the top. I don't understand what... I guess Logitech just doesn't care about drivers. They don't care about drivers. All right, now we're going to pop that FPS back up. Although, to be honest, I probably could be doing 30 FPS for everything. We've gone to 60 FPS. But the human eye, cinematically... No, I'm just kidding. Configure video again. Camera control. Focus doesn't matter. Exposure, we've got -5. And then video proc amp. We're going to leave that dark because I actually have a physical aperture on this thing. Open up that aperture a little bit. Although if I do narrow the aperture, we get more field of view, which is kind of nice. So let me bump the gain up a little bit so I can close that and we can get a bit better field of view. Apply, okay. Oh yeah, I have to, hold on, configure video. Let's check 4300 hertz. And yeah, all that stuff should be good, okay. So now we're up close. Let me brighten it up a little bit. Ooh, not much though. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what the coating on this stuff is, I forget, but it doesn't melt. So it's easier to work with for the tiny little jumping things that we do. Unlike the wire wrapping wire that I have, which is the same gauge, but it doesn't have the nice coating. If I could find this in a couple other colors, that would be nice. But I forget, this is not cheap, but it is the right amount, whereas the other wire wrapping things that I bought have so much wire that I don't think I'm ever going to run out. Like, this goes all the way down to the reel. I don't wire wrap things every day of my life. So that's a little concerning. This is more than I'd use in a lifetime, and I think that's too much. I might have to get rid of those. It seems like a waste, though, if I do that. But then if I get this stuff, I'll probably be out quite a bit of money. But then my wires won't melt, and maybe we could do some of my crazy technique without it being totally sloppy. All right, we're going to get these parts out, work on Dave's thing, and we're no longer going to have these jumpers on the back end of Dave's 303. Now, Dave's 303 is marked differently so that we can keep track of it. I've got that little piece of gaffer's tape on Dave's. And since I got pictures of this whole thing, we don't need it to be in this configuration anymore. I was going to do the jumpering and then figure out like the tuning and stuff, but I don't know if I need that. I think I can get in by the side and tune it. But I'll need something that can give me a steady volt note. So I'll probably have to use the power supply in order to do that. There's going to be so much software involved with that module tester. We have our work cut out for us with the physical part of Dave's synth, but the module tester is going to be a particular annoyance. It's going to be annoying in its own right, just because I need to come up with all the software. I've seen some good stuff from Crimes and Ornamentation on whatever the hell that pack was that I got. Let me see if I can open up that window again. Autodesk, Google, no, okay, no, it's too many windows. What was it called? Mudang is a war criminal. No, that's not it. Hemisphere, that's what it was. I put Hemisphere on it. PVDF. Oh, that's a weird one. Is that like a forever chemical? I'm guessing it's a forever chemical. Yeah, so I got the Hemisphere suite for Crimes and Ornamentation, and that allows me to output LFO and do some note stuff too. So I can kind of wrestle it into being a module tester. It's not perfect. It would be nice to have maybe another Crimes and Ornamentation, because then you could have one that's receiving all the stuff, and you could have it giving you like, you know, voltage levels or notes or something like that. But that's what ours is going to do. That's what ours is going to be able to do naturally. Of course, we don't have the kind of screen space that this thing has. This has really good resolution on it. PVDF. Yeah, I've never heard of that before. It's something that'll alter my DNA, I'm guessing. The full name is longer than my attention span. That is a great way to describe it. And yeah. Well, thank you for finding that. All right, so I guess I'm not going to edit the comm anymore. We've got those all updated. And then Blade Runner suing Elon Musk. This is the future, huh? Ay, ay, ay. All right, so let me just put the admin page up over there. Close that. And then I think all my titles are good. Wait, this one should say Dave's. I'm going to reload the page and hope that it's right. Good, yeah, this does say Dave's module. Hey, what's up, Weaselbox? Thank you for troubleshooting YouTube chat. There's not a lot of activity on YouTube, but it is nice to keep up. And in the future, I will be able to add a little hashtag to those titles on YouTube, and it'll count as an upload. So I can stream, and it'll count as an upload. And if I just do what I normally do, maybe at some point we'll have to take out Fusion 360 and say, okay, this is going to be specifically just a random thing that we're going to do in Fusion 360 that doesn't involve any of the projects we're doing, because I'm not doing... There are times where there's like a stretch of time where I don't do anything in Fusion. I'll have to pull it off the shelf and do like a protracted project or something so we can keep that flow going. Every couple months I need to do a certain number. So, and it's not a lot. It's actually a very reasonable amount. So, but we use it like every day sometimes. So. Trying to find motivation. Yesterday I had that blood draw, and it turns out that I can actually donate the blood now. But they don't do that at the doctor's office. They do that at like Red Cross thing. So I got to find out like a Red Cross thing that's going on. My hair looks fluffy today. It's like 80 degrees outside, and I'm like shivering in here. I had the phone call with the Fusion 360 guy, and I sounded like I was nervous, but it was really because I was shivering, because when the temperature outside swings violently, the basement lags it by like a day. So right now it is, I'm like cold. I'm freezing cold. It's so weird. I guess it just took a phone call, but they said I was a good fit. They listed my name among like some big creators that I think are like way above my position. So I guess in terms of like using that software for electronics, I'm like up at the forefront, which is weird for me to realize. But yeah, so I'm doing all the documents and stuff like that to be a part of that whole operation, and it seems very reasonable what they want on the other end. So all my projects are safe. I need to find a way to host them to GitHub so that you guys can have access to all that stuff. I got a new metal roof, so it's cold in here. It's weird. That's strange. Yeah, so down here I'm like freezing cold, and if I go outside, it's like summer. It feels like summer. It's very strange. You can. Yeah, thank you. You guys don't need to be too excited about that. The alternative would have been me jumping down to the free version of AutoCAD, and I think that would have meant that I need to compartmentalize my projects much more, which is something I could have been doing from the beginning. But manufacturer website describes PVDF as polyvinylidene, vinylidene or dene. That's dene. It's not di. Vinylidene fluoride. PVDF is a semicrystalline, non-centrosymmetric polymer which exhibits piezo, pyro, and ferroelectric properties. It's magnetic? What the fuck? Wait. Piezo, pyro, and ferroelectric. The pyro is the part that's important about this, I suppose. I'm cold inside, but I open the door to heat outside. I'm like sweating, but whenever the fan hits the sweat, it becomes super cold. So it's very strange stuff going on here. I think the reason this weather's so weird is because the jump in temperature means that there's more moisture in the air, and so your sweat is less effective, and so you sweat more. And so I'm sweating, but I'm cold. I got the thermometer out and I was holding it around me, and it was still saying it was like 70 degrees. In the winter, 70 degrees, I'm sweating. But now, in fall, it's 80 degrees and I'm sweating, and I come inside and it's 75 and I'm cold. This weather just messes. It's just not. And also the fact that the growing season has moved into October is really strange for me. I have a ton of peppers out there that I thought I'd have to be harvesting while they're green, but now they've got plenty of time now because it's like 80 degrees in a desert out there right now. I'm only 100 pounds. I'm always cold and uncomfortable sitting on chairs and stools. Yes, I know that struggle, but I would rather have that struggle than my struggle. I'm always comfortable and warm. I need to be actively cooled 24 hours a day. It's just how I am. Submerge yourself in mineral oil, bother. All right, I'm going to put this aside. This is the 3D printing, and I'm waiting on screws. The wonderful UV 3D printer that we bought, broken, works great, except the bed. On one of these UV 3D printers, the bed is a stretched piece of plastic. And you have this bolt puzzle. It's a bolted frame that then bolts to another frame and creates a watertight reservoir that has a photo clear bottom piece of plastic. So you stretch that plastic over it. Well, there was a scratch in it, and so that became a leak. And so I took that whole thing apart, and in taking it apart, one of the countersunk bolts in there was cheap. It's that nickel-plated cheap bolt type. And so it's stripped to hell. So I ordered a bunch of new steel bolts that are not nickel-plated, and those are on the way. I think they get here tomorrow for the most part, so we'll have to see where that goes. And then I'll be able to refurbish the 3D printer, and I can print out another one of these test bodies. And once we get our licensing all sorted out for AutoCAD, we can go into this, and we can add clusters of LEDs and a little light housing to the front of the model, and then I'll have to reprint it, of course. But then I'll have something that I can insert. I'll have something that I can insert behind the headlights that will be a clear item, and I'll be able to have normal running lights and brights, and maybe we can get find some fun LEDs, like some super bright, not super duper bright, but bright enough white LEDs so that they look like they're actually. Is that a Lancia 37? Yeah, it is the Monte Carlo Lancia 37. This is the one that was built as a consumer car. Bovinet, hey, Bovinet, thank you for subbing. This is the one that they made 200 of these as a consumer car in order to comply with the rules of Group B. And this is the last one to win Group B with rear-wheel drive. And yet I'm putting it on an all-wheel drive RC car chassis. But I fell in love with the front end. I mean, it's got one of the better looking front ends. This is like the Lotus of the 70s. It's a fairly small car, but it's got such a cool looking front end. So I put it as an RC car body. And for the mounts, I actually found these magnetic pogo pins. It's one of the best looking. I don't know, I like the Delta a lot. But this one just blows it out of the water. But yeah, these snap together and hold pretty darn well. So we've got a couple pins that can lead to lights on the top half. And I did a speed test. I wasn't able to get a super duper maximum speed test, but I got the GPS. This is the GPS, the ZOS GPS, taken out of its shell just to save a little space. The ZOS GPS on one of my runs without the gyroscope gave me 55.2 kilometers per hour, which is about 35 miles an hour. So this thing gets up to 35 miles an hour without the gyro. With the gyro, I don't know. I got a couple runs of the gyro in before I cracked this thing open on a curb. And then when I looked under the hood here, the GPS hadn't found a constellation yet. So we'll start it. Oh, I haven't forgotten about starting the stream. One of these days, I'm just going to leave that up there all stream and watch you guys squirm. I'll put this up here. Bonk. I do kind of want to make it into like a frumpy car, but I love the low poly model of the Monte Carlo because it's just got a very cyberpunk look to it. Don't. Yeah, see, you guys will just squirm the whole time. You guys won't be able to handle it. Ah. There we go. Oh man, how's everybody's weekend? What did I do over the weekend? What did I do over the weekend? I think I spent a little bit of time. That's right. I spent a little bit of time doing the backup, the AutoCAD backup. I still need to do the Brink GG stuff to the file server. I've got that tab open on my browser. He made me a really nice how-to get Mosquito running, and then we can get my lights working again. Then we can double back to burn the subs and the fart box, which my fart box hasn't worked for some time. And while I should be going to the doctor about it, we can fix it with technology. We can get that running so that the front end of all of my Twitch interaction is from Node-RED and has the Mosquito broker sending signals to local interactive things. So I can have much more interactivity. If we want to spin up a robot that's going to just like punch me in the face every time somebody puts a certain number of channel points in, all we have to do is the physical part, and then we just point it at like something similar to like a Tasmota device, and then we can set it off with Node-RED very easily on like a channel points redemption. You're talking crazy. Well, you know, I know what that all is, but then I've been up to date on my bother lore. And if you're falling behind on your bother lore, that's healthy. Tested car fuses all Sunday. Wait, but that's like easy to do. You just plug into the like good side and you can just tap to all of the other parts. I've been there before. I forget what the problem was. Oh yeah, it wasn't a fuse, it was the ABS sensors, and then ultimately the entire ABS computer was just dead. It was just bad technology. They put technology right over the exhaust manifold, and so it would get this insane heat cycle. And in spite of their trying to make sure that everything was on an aluminum circuit board and that it was submersed in a gel that would keep everything like moisture and environment free, all of that effort, and they just go bad. They just like the CPU just goes, and then it dies. So yeah, it's 10 minutes of work if you know your multimeter, but other than that, it can be very annoying if your fuse box is on the moon or if it's in like a nutty putty cave. Because sometimes those engineers, they decide like, let's make a car. And so they'll pull the fuse box in as the first thing in CAD, and then they build everything around it. And so you basically have to do a nutty putty in order to get your to your fuse box. Why did those just disappear? What happened? A window just closed in the background over here. I don't know what it was. Oh, was that Stream Deck freezing? Oh God, there's like 50 instances of Stream Deck open. Yeah, that was Stream Deck freezing. Hey, Stream Deck, why are you bad? Oh, man. What's up, Wywalk? Why is Stream Deck such a bad piece of software? It doesn't run on this computer for an extended amount of time. It'll just crash out on me. I said boom da. Oh yeah, YouTube watchers are not going to know what the hell's going on. This is where they think I'm crazy. All right, I think, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just having that like voice in the back of your head. You didn't do something, and I'm like, what? Huh? I've been so productive today in reading and signing agreements and getting everything moving forward that the ADHD brain in the back of my brain, actually, that is just my whole brain, is telling me like, you forgot something. You didn't do something. You didn't. There's one thing you neglected. And I'm like, yeah, that's how I operate. I'm happy for you. Wait, where's the... There you go. This guy. Oh, come on. It's like 2 by 2 pixels. Tenor, you're just stealing this meme. Video. Video? Oh, the internet is so broken. I'm so angry. The internet is so broken these days. I can't just like open up a picture because Tenor is here like taking it over. And then this one has text on top of it. Man, forget it. You have a great workshop. I'll work your shot. Yeah, I mean, it's like everything I own. it's like everything I own in this world. Minus the shop vac that I moved upstairs. That is Burn the Subs, and what'll eventually happen with Burn the Subs, because we're at sort of near the end of hardware. I may have a day where we go over there and do some physical stuff, because I think what I want to do is move this rail up to the top, which means a whole lot of alignment stuff needs to happen as a result. But eventually, that thing right there on the wall, this bench-looking MF, that is going to be something that burns the names of subscribers to the channel up on itself. So it's going to be a completely automated thing where when somebody subscribes to my channel, their name gets burnt up. And I've had 2 of them before. This is the 3rd. Burn the Subs video. The problem is I'm too much of a perfectionist, and editing a video like that is like real work. So burn remains are the signs of successful experiments. We already know everything that needs to go into the software for that thing, but there's going to be an added layer of me having to map out the no-no zone of that board. And so either we can do that with laser distance sensing, or we could just map it out with a controller, which I think is the way that I kind of want to go. But I need to finish the hardware, and that's been sitting neglected because my buddy Julian, who's a musician, got me into modular synthesizers. And so I was doing a little bit with modular synthesizers for a while. The fact that modular synthesizers, basically you buy the circuit boards and they go, good luck, asshole, here's the circuit board, right? You don't get any other information. So you got to scrape the internet, you got to find information on the parts you need to have the parts, you need to get them together, you need to solder everything together, and you need to get it tested. And I love that. I love that because it's just so like we're not going to baby you through any of this process. You have to be an expert. I love that kind of stuff, and so we did a little bit with that. And it's sort of uncovered that, and the fact that my friends can't seem to plug in their synthesizers without destroying them. So that left us with a very blatant need for some kind of a modular synthesizer module tester. We needed to test the modular modules in order to modulate the modular modulation signals to module. So for months, we've been working on this thing right here, which is mostly just chicken scratch in an MS Paint program, MS Paint drawing, that is a modular synthesizer testing module, and it allows me to assign I/O as I see fit. Now, in the meantime, in the midst of this, another viewer saw me testing an M-303, trying to fully reverse engineer Dave's M-303, and said, hey, I've got a broken one too, and I'm at my wit's end. So regardless of whether or not you can fix it, I want to send mine in. So they sent theirs in. I think I fixed it. But what I'd like to do today, and here's where I surreptitiously stop the start soon and turn down the music. I'm gonna very subtly turn down the music. Oh, okay, all right, it just stopped blatantly. So anyway, I've got 2 of these things now. I'm running into the same problems with this one that I was running into with Dave's, where I kept giving it back to Dave, and he kept giving it back to me, saying it's not fixed yet, which is why I wanted to build a modular synthesizer module tester. Well, Ornamentation and Crime has a suite of software called the Hemisphere Suite. The Hemisphere Suite contains within it some things that I can use to actually test the modular synthesizer module, and I've been playing with it a little bit. I don't know if seeing the exact same results from this one as I did with this one, I got to get to the bottom of it. Something's fishy. So I want to fix up Dave's. Dave's has been through quite a few iterations, and we need to just reset the clock on it. I moved the flat cables to, or the riser cable to the back so I could plug flat cables into that and hook it up to the front panel and still have this panel to test. But we're going to undo that today. We're going to undo that. We're going to put the LM whatever in there, and then we're going to do the exact same repair that we did to the user's M-303, and we'll cross compare the two. Because, you know, I've got the technology now. I've got it right here. So this will be just like a soldering stream today, mostly. I don't know if we'll get to the end of this by the end of the stream, but it's not like we haven't done it before. I've done all of this work 500 times to this one, and I've done it to, most recently, to the users 303. I haven't checked with them if they're okay being named and shamed. So I've been avoiding using any specific identifiers for this user, for this viewer of my stream that was kind enough to send their broken M-303. It's weird. I think I fixed it. I'm not getting any volume out of it. It's just not, it's not bleeding like it should. Like here. No, don't calibrate. I gotta get the... I haven't calibrated this thing either. Oh god, this thing is gonna flicker on camera too. Beautiful, beautiful. No, no, no. Get me out of this menu. No. What's going on there? Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Let's try booting it up again. Oh, I have to hit R for main menu. Okay. Okay, so if we go to hemisphere, now I've got a right channel and a left channel, and I can select what I want to do with the channel. And so that's an LFO. So that's just going up and down like that. And then this one, I need off of the Euclid clock or the Game of Life. What did I have it on before? I had it on something that was reacting. I said, boom, da. This song is going to be stuck in my head for a month. Not BPM. I mean, there is the sequencer. And then this is all hooked up. This is all hooked up. Turn on the speaker. I have to turn it to absolutely maximum volume in order to get anything out of this. Of course, why am I getting nothing right now? Plugged into this channel here. The sequencer isn't doing quite what I wanted. Shredder, shuffle. I had like... Was it... No, it wasn't squanch. I don't even know what squanching is. Motorboating. Hey, Groovy, how's it going? A montage video of clip of everyone's name being burnt one after another would be cool, but also a pain to automate the clip grabbing. Yeah, I would have to automate it. And it would... What I did for the videos that I uploaded, if you were lucky enough to be one of the few people that signed up late in the game of the last board, I did mention all the names that were burnt and gave them little you can click to go to that location of the video. There we go. That was a pain in the butt to do, and it would be something that would be nice to automate. Dr. Lo-Fi should probably... So this should be making noise. Or maybe the VCFN goes burr. This thing was doing stuff. Had it under a certain... Not quant. Well, that's just going to LFO everybody. Delay, gated VCA, logic, power rens, no. MIDI in and out, mixer, polydiv, no. Schmidt trigger, scope. I mean, sequencer X should probably be doing something, although I don't have... What's over here? If I go that to the VCO... Well, we should be hearing something, actually, to be honest. Yeah, there's some kind of a filter thing that I had going on it. Let's check our VCO. Oh yeah, it's doing stuff. It sounds like a propeller boat. So we don't have a... Oh, envelope mod. There we go. Modulation up. That should be gating better. Level's 100. Let's see. Doot. Slope 64. Shape. There. There's something. Got a little something from it there. Dip up, dip up. Okay. Less accent. More resonance. There's something. This is all the volume I get. This is all the volume. Everything's maxed out, and I get these stupid noises. hideous. Waiting around to go take that recent recertification test. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, so everything that we've done to this, and now it just makes these pathetic noises. And supposedly this should be a full bore signal. Let's check it on the oscilloscope. It really is a stupid noise. It's making the dumbest noise. This takes a full minute to start up, so we just get to wait. I have to move the fan. I think that all that hot air is getting in here. So yeah, we'll start soldering on Dave's unit in just a minute here. But I wanted to show you guys what happened at the end of last stream. I got hemispheres running on crimes and ornamentation, but the output from the M-303 seems really, really pathetic. And I have not tuned this. Yeah, look at how long this takes. So far, that's the only disadvantage to this scope. The fan noise and the fact that it takes a full minute to boot up. Did you hook up your tiny little amp? You do this? I shouldn't need an amp. The voltages that come out of the M303 should be like 10 volts. The cat purr filter on, yeah. Simple fix, never turn it off. Well, it gets hot. It gets hot over here. All right, turn off channel 1. It's not doing anything. Channel 2. Channel 2. Turn on... What is going on here? Oh, channel 2's on. It's just hidden. So I've got these... I bought these little adapters, these BNC2 mono cable adapters. If you do modular synthesizer stuff, and you also do electronics and soldering, these are really good. I don't know, I'm learning about mods from you. Yeah, I'm learning about modular synthesizers from me. Imagine doing that. So our output on the VCO here, that's 2 volts. Now you guys might not be able to see that, which is why this scope rules, because I have it plugged in. I could have it on Wi-Fi, but I have it plugged into Ethernet. And that means that I can actually turn the scope on 60 FPS. Where is it? Where did the overlay go? Wait, where's the overlay? Oh my God, I really need to redo a lot of my setup here. The pathetic noises that are coming out of this thing. Oh, there it is, scope. Oh, it should be visible, but I just need to refresh it. There it is. So there's what's on the scope right now. This is actually a web page on the intranet here. So I can actually open up an IP address and it opens up this interface, which is touch enabled. So you can poke it with a mouse and actually alter things on the scope. But apparently this is what's being put out of this particular VCO. In the manual for the M303, I think this is appropriate. Of course, then we have this offset here, which is a little bit odd to me. Give us access. I can't do that. I don't know how to do that. I would have to like host it somewhere. I mean, in all likelihood, this gets filtered out by a capacitor somewhere, but this is the same thing that Dave's module does. So then we look at it on the output down here. It's really pathetic over here. This is the best that I can do. That's volume, hold on. Accent up and down, cut off. Yeah, it's just gonna do that. VCO mod is just frequency changing. Tune is frequency changing. Decay. George Decay. Envelope mod. None of it does anything. Turn it over to resonance or VCA, voltage controlled amplifier. And it's still this pathetic plus minus like 1 volt signal. I don't think that's what's supposed to be coming out of the module. Because if we look at the VCO, or the LFO rather, over here, it is plus minus 6 volt. Well, actually it's, oh, look at that. It's not, it doesn't go into the negatives. Positive 6 volts, huh? So what are the types? Yeah, just depending on the waveform shape. It looks like it's going up to like 4 volts. What's coming out of this thing? Zip. Zilch. Nada. So now this thing is putting out voltage levels. But it's going into... God knows where. What the hell is going on here? Let's take this. Put that in... Nope, that just makes the filter terrible. I have no idea. So this is what I've been up against, is trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing with this. Oh, that cuts it off from the main mix. Apparently this is what the waveform looks like, and I don't think that's correct. That, or, you know, whatever signals I'm giving it to respond off of doesn't work. And then in addition to that, now that my my Fusion license is going to be approved and all that stuff, I would like to use the milliamp meters on this. So the power supply is going to get a redesign. I hate to say it, I'm going to have to desolder a bunch of stuff on that board back there, because we successfully turned low side into high side monitors, but they suck. They're terrible. I don't get the type of resolution of milliamps that I need to see when something like an M-303 is functioning properly. So instead, we're going to go up to the 0 to 1 amp ones, and they'll just wiggle around a little bit. It's not scope creep. I'm also going to put yellow LEDs inside of these so that they light up nice and pretty. They'll look cool. It's not scope creep. It's not scope creep. It is kind of scope creepy, isn't it? Well, anyway, let's get to work with Dave's module. We got big plans. I'm going to leave this up for the blinking lights. I don't know if this is functioning properly. And maybe it has to do with that transistor that we put in. So I ordered new transistors. I ordered the BC 547s. 847, the BC 847s. I ordered the proper transistor. So maybe plopping that sucker in there instead of the 84851 or whatever will give it that little kick that it needs. Maybe that's what it's been all along, because that's the one part that we substituted. Everything else we have is genuinely the right part, as far as I know. So I don't know, man. I don't know what the deal is, and you know, that's what put us on the odyssey of reverse engineering the entire M303. Because reverse engineering the whole M303 is something that I still want to do. We don't need any of the physical devices with us to do that, and it will help me kind of resolve whether or not other parts of the circuit are going wrong or how it's supposed to work. The problem is I don't have a good one to compare this to. I don't have one that works to compare it to. If I could get one that works, and supposedly this one works, so if I can set up the test setup to make the one that works operate as we thought it should, then we can test the other ones and make sure they operate the way they should. Oh, it's all so complicated. But anyway, let's do soldering today before the existential crisis of my inability to fix things catches up with me. Like I said on the Blue Sky profile, maker, content poster, breaker. I've mostly been breaking things. Okay, so get this stuff out of the way. Get out of my face, speakers. Nobody asked you. I wish I knew. I wish I had answers. I need a modular synthesizer person here who knows both modular synthesizers and electronics. Because my friends know modular synthesizers, but all they can do is say, I plugged it in and it didn't quite do what I wanted it to. Whereas an electronics person would say, yeah, you need more volts there. Something's wrong. Stop falling over. Please. Please just stay up. You're all I have. Okay, let's see here. We're starting out, we're gonna work on Dave's module. That means we need to get the big vise, and I need hot air. So I actually do need this area to be a lot cleaner. I staged a photo for the first post in B-Sky, and you know me and staging photos, I gotta get out all the toys and put them all over the place and make sure this shop looks like it's used and fun instead of what it really is, which is just a monument to my internal struggle and sadness. It's pathetic. You know, one day the FBI is going to raid my house and they'll grab my file server and they're going to get into that file server and they're going to look at all the stuff that I store on the file server. And that day they will learn exactly how pathetic I really am. I think they'll just want to just, you know, leave me alone, just because I'm so pathetic. Can't fix a thing. Actually, I successfully built a marbles and tuned it. But there's a lot of broken stuff on this rack over here that we should probably get to. Need more volts, something's wrong. Yeah. Yeah. I'm hoping it's that transistor. Maybe that transistor's, because it's the one thing that we substituted in. That's right, SmithClay knows a little bit synthesizing stuff, right? I don't know what the hell the deal is, though, with the M-303. It's like not, you know, I installed the thing for crimes and ornamentation, the, whatever it's called, the hemisphere, and I was able to run LFO and some other stuff and get sound to come out of the module, but I have to max out all of my volumes. I'm trying to use the tape to contain this little mess here. There we go. Fasteners that I can go through later. This over here. Over there. Get some of these extra jumpers out of the way. And then coil up some of these cables coming from the speakers. My degree is more live sound reinforcement. Ah, okay. Yeah, I know a little bit of that stuff, but that's not... Yeah, the modular synthesizer stuff is like beyond me. There's some people who I could call upon and ask what the hell the problem is, and maybe they could answer me in a relevant fashion and give me a little bit of information, but they're not people that I want to stress out my relationship with. So they're like creators and stuff that I could contact, but it's like I don't really want to bother them about this. All right, so let's just get this cable mess handled a little bit here, just so I have room to work. We're gonna keep the speakers on the desk though. Oh my God, what the stupid thing. This is why I wanted to make that skull speaker. This is the first thing that I streamed to YouTube was the skull speaker build, and that failed 5 different ways. It failed so hard. I still have the parts from it, but it's like, here's this super beginner speaker that you can build. I'm like, cool, it's like 1 chip, and then it just runs a speaker. That's so cool. And so we built it, and it was like, oh, it just doesn't work. It's like, wait, why doesn't it work? It's 1 chip. It should absolutely be driving the pants off of the speaker. But it didn't. I was like, what the hell's wrong with me? Why can't I build stuff? It was a total confidence killer. And that was the first thing. That's what I brought to the table to YouTube. Like, hey, YouTube, look at me. I can build stuff. I'm a maker. And then I just fail. Just fail. Blatantly fail. All right, let's rein these stupid speakers in a little bit. These are like Amazon Basics speakers that I bought just for this purpose of doing modular synthesizer stuff, so that we know if our voltage levels are good and if we're making stuff that resembles audio in any way, shape, or form. And they're a hassle because they're wired, but that's what I wanted. Simple. Keep it simple. We'll get to soldering in just a minute. It's like the air in here is cold, but I'm sweating. I don't understand this weather we're having. We're having 80-degree days here, and we're having a super-duper drought. And no clouds. Never a cloud in the sky. There's not a singular fucking cloud in the sky these days. I feel like the Northeast is turning into a desert suddenly. We're going to be in the new Nevada expanse. Oh, man, okay. Get this one just done up a little bit so that it's not as long. And so I can place the speakers over here and they'll be out of the way. Usually you follow the memory of the cable. The cable's going to have a little bit of a bend in it for all these different little bends that make up that pack up the cable. Get one of these. All right, so now that's out of the way, we can finally get to work. Unwieldy fucking thing, man. Stupid speakers. And then this one's top heavy, so it keeps falling over. I object. All this sex on the telly. I mean, I keep falling off. Here, we need to do a little bit of presentation. Just attach them, just glue them together. There we go. And then that's for programming. And then this is for test 1, 2, 3. These are actually genuinely set to very loud right now. So, okay, so there's that. We can just move that away a little bit. And we can take out hot air soldering. A lot of the stuff that we're going to be detaching here today, we're going to be using hot air. Hot air you have to be pretty careful with. Hot air is going to very easily burn your circuit board up if you don't have this thing set properly. We have it set to, what, 500 degrees Celsius? My soldering iron's set to 666 degrees Celsius. This thing is set to, I think, 500. Yeah, 500 degree. And we're doing 45 as the fan speed, but it depends on what hot air unit you have. Mine is the Louis Rossmann Special with the 45 degree angle tips, because I have a microscope that's sitting directly above everything. So in order to get that video production quality, my chat actually pulled a bunch of money and bought that for me, because I was very much against using hot air all the time. I'm more against flux, though, to be honest. All right, so what I'm getting is the big vise. This will give us a little bit of distance off of this cutting mat. This is a cutting mat. This is not a hot air rework mat. This will melt. This will melt very quickly, in fact. And I do have a silicon mat that I could take out, but we don't really need it because I can just put this circuit board all the way up here and it'll get it out of the way. Now, for removing these, you can pull them pin by pin. And that's typically the way of doing it. And it's the way that you should typically do this sort of thing. I want to be really gentle to this board. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug a plug into it, and then that plug will provide me with enough pull downwards, just with gravity, that the hot air will eventually pull out all of the pins. So I can do them all at once if I do it that way. Pin by pin is another way to do it. It doesn't preserve the header, and I don't know, I think I have other headers that are like this, but I'm not totally sure if I do. So I want to kind of be super duper gentle with these and see if I can get them out in one foul swoop. Where'd the cable go that I had? Where did my flat cables go? Been a while since I worked on this stuff. All right, here we go. So these are the I bought these flat cables straight up just to do this test. Or maybe I didn't. Not these. It's a different one. It's a larger one. Is it this one? No. What did I get those for then? Okay, so I gotta find these cables now. They should have been near Dave's stuff. I've got like a ton of like flat cable, like IDC cable stuff sitting up here, and I don't know which is which. Oh, here's a bigger one. This is the one I'm looking for. And it looks like there's already a header plugged into this one. So this is probably the header that we're going to end up using. And I think there might be two of these. Where's the other one? Somebody's ringing the bell. Somebody's knocking at the door. There's another one, and it has another header on it, and those are the headers that I want to replace these headers with. So I need to find that other flat cable. I put it around here somewhere. Where could it be? Hello? Are you my flat cable? It might be stashed over here somewhere. I mean, the other one was this way. Oh, I see it. It's under the monitor. Oh, boy. I got to get it out from under here. Here, lean back a little bit. There we go. Jeez, what are you landing on? There's like, this stuff has just kind of creeped into its area. I don't want to move that cable or I might freeze the microscope. All right, that's good enough. Oh, hey, now it's sitting almost flat. All the stuff that I keep on the top shelf kind of creeped into its space. Into the monitor stand area. Okay. Okay, am I? Yeah, okay. I've got all my chats up. Sorry, I was just looking at YouTube chat, making sure that it's all up to date. Everything's good over there. Everything's good over there. Everything's good over there. Okay, cool. So yeah, let's get started on this thing. So we're gonna plug one of these into this, and that'll allow us to have just a little bit of a weight on the device. Now, it still might not capitulate. It still might not fall when I heat the whole thing up. But what I'm hoping is with the little tiny bit of weight. I'm not going to pull on this, because if I pull on it, hey, silly, what is that? What is that? Freak of nature. Oh my God. Sorry, these. Oh, I can't click on them there. I got to go over here to the real Twitch page. Oh my God, that is enormous. Fillion. That's cute. Very cute. Okay, so the little bit of weight that this thing is putting on it keeps me from pulling pads off. It's a nightmare. It's the biggest nightmare you'll ever have. If you've got somebody sending you in something that, like, I can't get a new circuit board for this, right? I could do little repairs on it. That's one thing that I can do. But, you know, this isn't mine. And so if I pull on this and apply the heat and one of the pads happens to not be molten yet and I pull it off, I can't do anything about it. Like, I got to be really careful not to allow that to happen. So what I'm going to do is use just the weight of the plug and then heat up this whole thing, and hopefully it'll just drop out with gravity. With gravity. So I would like to hold it still, but I guess I don't really have to for hot air. I can just do this, and then we can heat it up over here, and this stuff is far enough away that it won't get any of that residual hot air at it, blown at it. So yeah, 500 degrees, and we'll put it on the microscope. Fillion is an ADHD VTuber and full-body tracking suit streamer. More crazy going on when you did... They're crazier than that? That's interesting. I know Uo's Lab knows a lot of those fellas, those fellas and ladies and whatever that do insane content. And I found some of them lurk in my chat. Gravitational assistance. Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, the tank bot was a moment when I sort of stepped foot into that realm of content. And as much as I would like to continue to do that kind of content, I really don't want to get injured. I'd like to continue to serve you guys like fresh engineering style content. So doing so kind of hinges upon my being in a single piece as opposed to several. Okay, that just knocked over the speaker. You freaking son of a... Arrgh! The cord for this thing is getting in the way. I got all this equipment that I have to be careful about. I'd love to zoom out more, but this is just how the microscope is. So what I'm doing is I'm not immediately... YouTube is not showing up on the chat on screen. I think it's just nobody's talking. Hold on, I'll do a test. I shall do a test. Because it probably just means I need to... That shows up in mine. Yeah, that shows up. I zoned out. You're allowed to. Probably want something to poke it with, don't I? So we're going to get the headers out of here first. Then we'll do some of the other stuff. Yeah, YouTube Live is a quiet place, unless you're a big streamer. So the whole trick with hot air is that you want to heat the area around the component as well as the component itself. So there's already flux on the board. It's sitting down there. I think that's enough flux. That was from the initial soldering. I never cleaned it up. But you kind of work further out and then focus in with the heat after getting the general area warm. Because otherwise you can harm stuff. And you want to be very careful about plastic. No. Do not push the hot nozzle onto the PCB. You know it's too hot when your PCB starts crackling. All right, I may have to assist this with something other than gravity. Although I don't think it's flowed over yet, so I think I just need a little bit more time. The fan is at my back, and there's a gust of cooler air that's kind of wafting into the soldering area, which is good, because that's taking any of the fumes away, but it may mean that I'm losing a little heat. The thing about the headers is you have to get both sides molten. So there's a lot of heat involved in it. I'm going to get a little closer to the board. Time and heat. Just a little bit of time. It should start to flow over now. Oh, that was really nasty looking. This flux is gross. Yeah, hot air lets you do a lot of different stuff. Oops, shit. Okay, I dropped it. Is that gonna come out? Oh, it almost came out. All right, so I'm gonna have to pull on it just a little bit to get it to drop out. So let's go to another view. Hot air is a time-honored technique for soldering stuff, especially when you get into the more complicated things. But it enables you to do a lot more rework than just the iron. There are techniques to get around just about every hot air thing with a regular soldering iron, but hot air stations have gotten so cheap now that you don't really... It's a good investment. I don't know how to pull on this. If it's not just going to drop out. In the past, I've just shaken it off. There it goes. That should drop out. Come on. You can do it. There it is. I don't want any of the holes to be pulled on, because then that one doesn't look like it even has solder on it. I could lose pads to it. That seems to have worked well. So I got to hold it up when I do it. I have to hold the board up. I know. Why is it such a striking... It looks like it's such a mess. We'll add a little... Ow. We'll add a little bit of flux to the other one. I'm going to let this cool down for a minute. We're doing the same rework that we did on the other board. I'm going to do the exact same rework, but we need to fix these headers because I reversed the headers. I reversed the headers so that I could plug cables into them and have them connect to the front panel, and then I could poke this for voltage levels. But it seems like this one is behaving exactly the same as the one that I repaired. And it seems like it's working, but it's just not hitting the right voltages, which could be down to the transistor that I used. That transistor that we substituted in. So I have new ones of those coming on Wednesday. We're going to reverse this one, and then we'll add that new transistor to both. All right, so this side of the board, we need a cable. Somebody's knocking at the door. That's going to be stuck in my head forever. That, oh, this one's made up of two different ones. Oh, great. Well, I've got whole ones that'll be going in instead. These are unused as of yet, so these will be the refurbished ones. Blow on it. You know, that is a way. All right, we got a lot of stuff surrounding this, but it's going to be pretty much the same technique. To be nice to myself, I guess I am going to add a little bit of flux. I don't like adding tacky flux to everything. I may have a sonic cleaner, but I just don't like to use it on everything. But it's dog hair. Of course, there's dog hair. When you have a fluffy corgi, that hair gets everywhere, I swear. And tacky flux is by definition tacky. It's sticky. So the dog hair finds it. It finds it. Soldering party. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Hey, Miguel Oz. Thank you so much for subbing at Tier 1 for 55 months. That is a short amount of time. Thank you very much, Miguel Oz. Appreciate having you around. Yeah, we're doing soldering today. We're doing the same thing that we did on Friday. I want to get both of these sort of in the same shape because one of them is behaving exactly like this one did after my repair. I think there's one culprit, and that's that substituted transistor. See, okay, so what the tacky flux is going to do, it's going to spread out as it heats up, and it will coat all of these pins so that as the solder becomes molten, there's no oxygen getting to it, and it looks much smoother, and it holds the heat in a little bit. And that's what you always hear when somebody's soldering. Everybody says that exact sort of turn of phrase that I just mentioned. It's always the story where holding heat in, keeping it from oxidation. We've heard it before. All right, so this view is not as interesting because it's going to take a little while. So go over to here. You guys can see the distance that I am from the board. I should probably turn this off because all the flashing lights are going to freak somebody out. There you go. It generally, a rule of thumb is when you're streaming stuff, you should have all the blinking lights you can possibly have blinking. But those are a little flashy. We're going to change those up now that I've got my Fusion 360 license all squared away. Maybe a couple days before I get that actually truly squared away, but the little AutoCAD program that they had me join is pretty equitable. It's pretty awesome, actually. And I should naturally just be able to keep up with it. Because I use that program all the damn time. What's up, AutoCAD? I guess I could clamp this in the vise, but I don't want to force the pins to go anywhere. I just want gravity to pull down. Let's go, gravity. Do your thing. I guess I could have added solder to it as well. I'm going to back off the heat a little bit. I don't want to damage the board. The challenge with this is to get heat all the way through to the other side of the board. While I did do flux, I might need more. I'm drying it up. Here it goes. It's working! Out, out! My thumb really hurts right now because of all the heat. Get off of the board. It's not moving. I may have to add solder to this to make it move. All right, that's burning my thumb. I'm going to put this down. We'll add a little bit of solder to it, and that'll help encourage it to fall. Is Fusion 360 a sponsor or a good program? It's both. It's both. They are going to sponsor my license for the program. So I'm going to have streams that are sponsored by them, but I don't have to do anything different. I don't have to like shill them. I don't have to be overtly positive about their product. All I need to do is just truthfully give my opinions on their software, which is all I do anyway, and it's all I ever would have done. So that part of the agreement is kind of a neat little feature of it. You know, I'm not allowed to be, I don't know, like I'm not allowed to like lie to you guys and tell you about how awful their software is. And I'm not allowed to lie to you guys and tell them that their software is infallible and perfect. So, you have to ban me now for calling them out? No. No. They want my unhindered content, but they will sponsor my copy of Fusion because I use it. And I use it in such a manner as influences other people to do so as well. It's nothing deeper than that, except for the fact that they are also the Illuminati, and my family is now safe. Clear sarcasm. Clear sarcasm. Father is a sarcastic bastard. All right, so that's added solder to the pins. That should help it go away. I think I'm going to have to clamp this. I don't want to do that, though. I don't want to damage the header at all. So, because if I pull on this, I might pull off pads. Yeah, the subscription stuff is, you know, I can't be overtly positive about that either. All right, so this I can pull up on just slightly. They're still a good program, and I used Fusion previously. You know, I learned AutoCAD in school, and then I used Fusion, not Fusion, I used Eagle. I used Eagle, I learned, like, what was it, Inventor in school, and then that was in, like, the 1900s, back when it was a command line and punch card interfaces. But then I sort of moved into Eagle, and then Fusion bought Eagle. And so it was just a melding of the softwares that I know. And now I know enough about both of those to be dangerous. So it is a long time in the making, and I'm glad that they're willing to toss me a copy. Without it, it's something about like $500, $475 a year for their software, which sucks, but if you look at the progression of my use of the program, they have definitely been working on it. Is the iFixit soldering iron good? I've never used it. I do not know. Soldering irons are getting pretty good. I mean, it's pretty universal that soldering irons are pretty well stacked these days, even the cheapo ones. The soldering iron I have was a $300 soldering iron, and it always works perfectly, and you don't have to spend a lot of time waiting for it to heat up and stuff, but that's true of a lot of soldering irons nowadays, so... I just don't have the information. I haven't been sponsored to say anything about them. Nor have I had the opportunity to try one. Now that I've got this thing locked down, I can just kind of rock it back and forth. I can feel it moving a little. Come on, man. This is... So pulling the pins out would have probably been faster. Albeit a little bit more invasive. Is that the whole thing moving? Why don't you die? Come on. I'm pulling too hard on it. I shouldn't be pulling this hard on it. Things you can say in the bedroom and while desoldering a header. Some of the pins aren't cooperating. I don't know what it is. Maybe just the length of the header working against me. There. I think they just got stuck. It looks like they all survived, though. I didn't lose any pins. Thank goodness. So now we get to clean all that up. I guess while we're doing hot air, I might as well take the chips off, too. You can only control temps by connecting to the PC or the power bank. Huh. That's a little strange. Autodesk bought Eagle. Eagle went temporarily from super solid to extremely rough and flaky, which is when I jumped off. Yeah, they're clawing back at that super stable kind of thing. Eagle, for me, Eagle was a inexpensive one-time purchase whenever I wanted to jump versions, and there was a lot of support for it. There's still a lot of support for it in Fusion 360, so I haven't, that experience hasn't quite been violated by the buyout, but it has been... It's been a little iffy, and they basically kind of like cut and paste all the software into their software, but now they're starting to kind of get ahead of that. They're starting to kind of work in some of those powerful sketching tools that Fusion has into Eagle, and it's getting there. But the other thing, the other reason that I use Fusion 360 is that it is very pretty. It's a very pretty program, and so I am a streamer, and I'm that shallow that I will use the pretty program. I love KiCad. Nobody asked. Nobody asked. So I'm going to put a big ol' stankin' piece of Captain Tape down because I have it and I never use this thick stuff. And Captain Tape has this wonderful thing where it doesn't leave crappy residue on anything, and it is temperature stable so that I can heat this thing up and it won't melt and become an electrical fire. Not an electrical fire, a plastic fire. Ta-da! And then I'm going to take a little piece of it. I'm going to put it up against these components right there. One thing you can do if you're doing if you're doing exhaustive hot air rework, you can actually set up little Captain Tape barriers, and you can tape down your components so that they don't move while you're hitting stuff with hot air. So this'll in effect just be a little heat dam that'll keep the air from melting the plastic on these two things. Although I don't think those two things are in danger, too much danger. But this is just the clean way that we rework a board. And I'm getting all these chips out of here. I know we've replaced this one several times. That one could possibly be totally fine. I just want to make sure that I'm following protocol, just in case there's something wrong with one of those chips. That would be, where's the, it's this thing. The GIF image that is the components that you're supposed to replace when one of these Johns has been plugged in wrong. So we got Q25 over here. We have N30 and then N24, which are CA3806 VCO component, and then a BC847 Darlington array. Darlington block? I don't know. You could use that PVDF coating on the board. You mean the PVDF coating that's on the wire that I bought? Not what? I'm not gonna go buy some PVDF coating and like drink it. So the coating is on the hookup wire. It's not something that I can just like put this in like a whiteout bottle. All right, let's see. Bonk. Ew. We'll clean that up eventually. Ugh. That's what the goof off is for. But man, when did oh crap, what's the guy's name? Hold on. Crap, what's that guy's name? Damn it. The hate monster in Star Trek. When did he get here? All right, so right there, this is the LM3046, which is, well, this thing calls for CA3086, but LM3046 was what was there originally, and we know this through a little bit of CSI. We did a little bit of cross compare on the scraped off version of the one that originally came from Dave's, and you can't really see it, but those letters are there. So if you go back and forth on this, you can see the slightly red markings are in fact an LM3046. What the hell? Pause. Rewind. All right. There's some spooky videos in my directory. R166 and 24. Let's get these things out of here. So this is from the horse's mouth, by the way. This is from acidlabs.de. They have a guide for the parts that you have to replace because they got so sick of repairing them because the people kept plugging them in wrong, which is exactly what happened to Dave's, and it's what happened to this user's one that I repaired last time. And we got this well after I did a number on Dave's module. So there's one other component that we do have to replace. It's this one down here that we pulled off. So I'll have to clean all this up at once. We'll get all the solder off at once. But for now, let's get those other components out of here. Following a guide. Oh, and that tape is actually on the pins. When did that happen? I thought I missed them. Back up just a little bit. Slow your roll. Okay, so let's get this John out of this John. You know what? I'm going to use flux just to be nice. Just to be nice to myself. Oh, it was Kynar. Kynar was the name of the material then. Yeah, that wire has Kynar on it, and there was a little Twitter thread for this PlayStation mod chip install. And I was like, oh, that stuff looks kind of good. So I bought a little roll of it. I don't think it comes in many colors, though. If it came in a bunch of different colors, I would replace my other wire wrap wire with that stuff. Because that stuff apparently is pretty heat stable. Lets you do pretty work when you're doing a little bit of rework. So we start off wide, and we heat up everything. We get everything to a nice hot temperature. So we're not shocking anything with the heat that we're giving it. We don't want to crack traces and blow up this thing's whole house. And get a little grip with the tweezers. And of course you can see I'm using my solder reel to put my hand on. I didn't expect that. I didn't plan that. But apparently it's like a perfect height for doing this rework. And I'm anchoring my tweezer hand so that it's not shaking, so that my whole arm isn't able to put force into this thing. And I'm looking for sort of the telltale signs of this thing being loose, which would be all of the pins moving at once. So now that the board is relatively hot, I'm going to wave my magic wand a little closer. There are several colors. I'll have to find them if I can get good shipping on Amazon. And there we go. Just give it a little bit more heat and then lift. And now that's out of there. Now this needs to go somewhere that it's not going to blow up. So I'll put it down on the metal vise so it doesn't melt into anything. The next part we need to get is R166, which is this little guy right here. We're going to replace that one even though it looks totally fine. Notice how there's a test point right next to it. Resistors, I don't know. I think it's kind of a waste to use hot air to remove a resistor, but we can do it. We can do it just like that. Next one, down here, it's this one right here. It's the 401 blah blah blah, and that is I think a Schottky array. Maybe that's not I don't know what that is. I don't know what it is. But I'm gonna add flux just because we're having that kind of a day. We're having kind of a flux day. I guess I'll flux this one up too. This is the transistor that we replaced with a BC equivalent, and it might be the reason that we're not getting all of our voltages out of this thing. All right, this thing is on a cool cycle. I'm going to interrupt it, and then we're just going to clamp down with the tweezers on this thing. And then same procedure. Might go a little faster for this one because we've got a little bit of the board already preheated. Start up high, work my way down. Give it the beans. Too much beans. Back off of the beans a little bit. Watch the beans. Keep the heat on longer than I think I should. And then just pulls off. There we go. No pads went with it. Good, good, good. That amount of time that you hold the heat there when it's all gone liquid, when all the solder's gone liquid, is important because you don't want to lift any of the pads off. If one of the pads doesn't agree with the heat the way the rest have, then you can run into troubles. And you can accidentally lift these pads off the board. We don't know what kind of process they went through to make this PCB, and so the pads might be very weakly holding on to the FR4, the fiberglass backing. If I say anything that you would deem as incorrect, it was to test you. Okay, so those are the parts that I need to remove in order to do the repair. There's the 4 parts for that repair, and then we're also missing this little guy down here because I thought this thing was at fault for not fully realizing the output of the device. So we need to rework this stuff with solder braid. I can make my life much easier by adding just a little bit of flux. Now there's already flux down, but I'm going to be nice today, and we're going to use a lot of flux. Generally, I hate sticky, tacky flux because it's horrible stuff, and it makes a lot of smoke and mess. And I don't like it, but we're going to have to go through the process of cleaning up this board anyway, so I am just going to lean into the flux. We're sort of in that territory where it's like, well, I might as well. It'll make my life a little bit easier, if not just slightly. No, we don't do a fume hood. I have a fan sitting behind me. I have a big floor fan that sits on the floor, and it's one of those Air King units, so it's moving a lot of air. It also helps cool me. So, normal soldering iron tip. I don't even have to use the giant chisel tip for this. Normal soldering iron tip, we just apply heat, and then that solder is going to wick its way into these pads. Now, like I said before, I am petrified of pulling up one of these pads. In order to avoid that, we need to make sure that we are applying a wide area of heat onto this solder braid and then through the pad. You see how it didn't lift all the solder there? So I'm going to go to a slightly less used area and do this. Now, remain terrified, because if I unevenly unload the heat on this thing, sometimes a pad can solidify and then you can accidentally pull it off. So you got to be real careful about that. So that's why I'm applying heat and I'm observing the wick doing its wicking job, and I don't remove the heat before I remove the braid. I'm moving it by scraping it around. All that flux is helping that solder to flow in, and then you're left with tinned, cleaned pads. They're nice. Once we run a Q-tip over that, they will be immaculate. All right, now we're doing this. So same drill. We just want to add a lot of heat, and we want to hold it down there and not remove the heat before we remove the braid. And these are going to be somewhat stubborn, so I might actually have to use the solder sucker. The solder sucker will probably be a little bit more... Yeah, it looks like the solder sucker is probably going to do a better job than this. When the head is fuming, you're wearing a hoodie. Does it count as a fume hood? No, that is called a sauna. That is a Finnish sauna. All right, so let's do the surface mount pads first. We'll come back to those and use the solder sucker. And I'm trying not to scrape hard. I'm just very lightly applying the solder braid to the pads, because these pads under the heat are fairly weak, and you can really run into a problem where if you have a non-connected pin and you scrape it, you can sometimes scrape it off. All right, there we go. Now the problem with the solder braid is that it's fairly wasteful. I have to cut it now in order to get to the good stuff. I love Finnish sauna, very healthy. Yes. Okay, so now these guys, these Jiminy Johns, we didn't add flux, but there's still a lot of flux on the board. And let's get this John. Give me your solder. That looks like I soldered the test pad. So the braid is part of the iron. I don't want to allow it to remain down on the surface without that iron there. I speak from a place of pain, from experiential pain in accidentally lifting pads and having pads run all around on me by being a little cavalier with the braid. Okay, so that's all reworked, and once we get a little acetone on that, or rather orange-flavored acetone, they'll look like new. But that leaves the header pins. We want clean header pins to put in clean new headers. Also, I need to order more double row headers because I don't have any. These are going to be my last. So I'm grabbing the big solder that I was using as a wrist rest, and I'm just adding a bunch of solder to this, adding a bunch of new solder to these. So I'm not fighting either lead-free or whatever old solder was left here. I think it was lead-free because it's Rojas and all that stuff, but not that, you know, certain alloys of lead-free are totally fine. Everybody's so afraid of them, but just because they've never really turned their iron up to hotter temperatures. They rework just fine. They may not look as pretty because the lead is what gives it that nice sheen, that even sheen. You get kind of a matte surface on the unleaded solders, but the reformulations of the unleaded solders are fine. And if you're going to be doing a lot of soldering, it's nice to not be constantly exposed to lead. We've had the discussion in here before, and I'm still shocked that apparently my chat is on the side of just chewing on lead. They just eat the stuff. Like it's healthy for you. It's fine. You just munch on some of it. It's nice and sweet, just like cyanide. Not cyanide. What is it? Asbestos apparently is sweet. Asbestos. The miracle material. Good for your lungs. There were asbestos cigarettes. They were like special asbestos filtered cigarettes. It's like, oh man, what? So the moral of the story is always side with industry when it comes to chemical safety. Always side with industry. They have your best interests in mind. And remember, you're the softest thing in the shop and the only thing that's capable of healing. So throw yourself between the machine and the workpiece, because that workpiece will never heal. You will. Okay, so let's take the solder sucker. This is the Engineer SS02. It utilizes the Star Trek The Next Generation font. Mine has come off because I've used this thing so much. But hey, Madam U, what's up? But this thing I can operate with one hand. It sucks the solder good. It's got that silicon rubber tip. You can get 1/4-inch silicon rubber tip clear hose. Silicon rubber clear hose, 4mm OD, no, 4mm ID, I think it's 8mm OD, I think, or, you know, 1/4-inch silicon rubber hose. That's important because this goes right up against the soldering iron. silicon is much higher melting temperature than a soldering iron. So what that means is that you have a soft, rubbery thing creating a seal. And with that is a huge metal spring inside of an aluminum body with a couple O-rings, a couple standard-sized O-rings. There is a piston O-ring, which is a little harder to find, but that doesn't wear as quickly as the O-ring down here. You can take this whole thing apart and fully refurbish it. You can fully refurbish this thing. So what I do is I take the whole thing apart, and then I use dielectric grease on the internals, and then I put it all back together, and it's like new. Because eventually this thing does get clogged up with little bits of solder and flux and whatnot. But this thing works so incredibly well. Yeah, you got to get a nice diverse alloy breakfast. That's right. You got to get all those chemicals into your body. So if we get good suction on this, and I get good extraction on this, this should be a pretty easy job. It just takes a little bit of work. My hand skipped. It's a powerful spring. It makes your hand jump. But with all the flux we used, everything should be flowing nicely. Getting all that solder up. Getting the solder that was sucked in out is also kind of a weird maneuver. This has it's got a little punchy tip that pokes out here when you fully reset it. And I have to kind of stab it a couple times so that it falls out of the rubber tip and doesn't become part of the tip of the solder sucker. But so much different from those Hakko solder sucker like wands, the big Fisher-Price looking things, because those have plastic tips, and so it would always be like smoking and disgusting. I guess you're supposed to get it like near the soldering iron, but it always would touch the tip of the soldering iron and become like a plastic fire. Not pleasant to use, not pleasant at all. Those caps are pretty tall. They're kind of getting in the way. I should flip this whole thing around. So let's flip the whole thing around, and I'll come at it from another angle. Hopefully my hand will still be stable. Get this out of the way. Let's see. Where were we? We were here. Where were we? Okay, we were here. I'm going to rest my wrist over here. There we go. That'll be pretty good. It looks like we didn't get all of it out of that. If I really need to, I could use the, I could use the desoldering braid on this, but I may have to. But this thing at least gets it so that you don't have that surface tension bubble where the solder isn't removing from the pin using the wick. Center that a little bit more. Next. Solder out of there. We're going to have to scrub this board. I'm going to have to use the goof off on it. This stuff is nasty. But this will clean up nice and clean. Seal and suction of the silicone tip is much nicer as well. This tool is truly a revolution in spite of being so seemingly trivial. Yeah, the differences are minor, but having an all-metal construction with common O-rings and then having that silicone rubber tip is just so... It's leaps and bounds beyond what used to be for sucking solder. I guess for those the plastic tip, you would put it nearby. Engineer SS02 solder sucker is what it's called. Don't be fooled that you have to get Engineer brand silicone rubber hose. You can get clear silicone rubber tube on Amazon as well. So depending on where your sources are, you should be able to find it just as tube and not branded tube. Because the branded stuff, of course, they are ripping you off. All right, one more. There's a lot of caps in the area, so I just had to like free it up for the iron. There we go. All right, so that should be pretty good. I mean, I'm worried about this one here. While we have all of this flux on the board, why don't we bring the desoldering braid in, and I can use some of the areas that have slightly more solder already on them in order to kind of jumpstart the solder sucking process. Make sure that I'm balanced on this thing. I want a lot of heat in there. What's going on? Okay, I got plenty of heat. I should be cleaning it up. Hard to tell. I can't really tell if anything's happening. It looks a little cleaner than it was. I just don't want to stress out these holes. There's like there's no pad on these stupid things. Very minimalistic. I guess so that you can run traces in between, but I don't like it. Adafruit is the dark mode SSO3 version. Oh, that sounds kind of cool. That sounds kind of cool. I don't mind the gray one, though. I don't know. What would you do to improve this thing? Other than anodize it differently. Damn it. Stupid vice. All right, bring this over to the other one. I'm going to keep this as a wrist rest. That's nice. One wonders why nobody did it like that before. The original, it's like the normal Japanese 190 type aluminum solder sucker, except with a flat reset button. No sheath with a silicon tip, just a little wider and shorter. It probably depends on whatever spring they were able to source really cheap. But yeah, I mean, it's like all of the annoying stuff. It's like I don't need like a wrist rest for this, because when I'm sucking the solder off of something, I am positioned like this. I'm holding it at my fingertips. I'm not holding it like this, which is, I guess, how they wanted you to use the old ones, by doing that, and like maybe the plunger hit their hand once. But that little hose on the end is like great. As you can see here. Damn it! I like to snip my solder braid into inch-long pieces and hold them with tweezers. The small piece puts less heat. I see it pulls less heat from the iron and doesn't burn your fingertips. I always hold it by the plastic thing. I just hold it by the plastic thing. But yeah, you've got a point about that, having little strips of desoldering braid. I've also had people tell me that I should take the desoldering braid and separate it out by hand in order to make it make more surface area in it. And I think that's just a waste of time. It's not, it works, but it's like not worth it. Oh, multiple people do that, huh? Sienna gear. The way that I was taught solder braid etiquette was from somebody who took a course on it at the CIA. And what they told me is that you take the iron, you put it down on the braid, and then you pull. And so you start at a point, get the heat in, and then pull it that way. But that's kind of dangerous because I don't know, well, first of all, I wasn't putting enough heat in there. But you're like pulling it like that, you need a lot of heat, because you definitely don't want it to accidentally solidify on one of your pads, and then you're pulling, so you're going to pull it off. It's not what I do. I don't like that. Where's my heat? Oh, great, IntelliHeat. So one of the things about the paste soldering iron station that I have, aside from the fact that this thing just always works, is that it thinks that I'm smoking in bed with my soldering iron. And so I've fallen asleep and I've dropped the soldering iron on the covers, and it's going to burn down my house. In order to prevent that from happening, I have to prove that I'm alive by pressing this button every now and then. And it goes beep boop, oh, you're alive? Let me heat your iron up again. The NASA soldering guide is really good, yeah. The NASA wiring guide is good too. And we, soldering iron hitting my hand. We have that in a command. I forget what the command is. Maybe !guide, but that's in Twitch, not on YouTube. Is sort of an afterthought, unfortunately. YouTubers, I'm sorry. It's an afterthought. YouTube is a way for me to save my VODs. This thing looks cut for some reason. You can also use it like a little paintbrush with hot air. Huh? Oh, interesting. That's an interesting way to use it. My best use of desoldering braid is as a cover for a trace. If you have a trace on a circuit that needs to run like huge current on it, there's a couple different techniques, and they even do this in power supply electronics, where they don't have a solder mask either on the middle of the trace or on the whole trace. And when it goes through the process, it'll pick up a bunch of solder, and that'll bolster the amount of conductive material that you have on your trace. And if you are really stuck, if you're putting like 50 amps through an area that is way too small, you can put down soldering braid full of solder. And that basically acts like a big stinky tray. It's a big stankin' trace. I just melted a bunch of the plastic on my audio cables up here by sweeping them with the iron. Although I don't see the damage, I can smell it. I don't know which one I hit. Stupid. Okay, so moving on, continuing. Schlorp. Schlorp. And schlorp. No, I missed! My hand moved at the last second. Son of a... I may have to add solder to this one if it's going to be stubborn. There we go. Yeah, this is like, I would never be able to do this with like the Hako solder sucker. Or yeah, the one with the plastic tip, the Japanese one. This is just such an evolution on solder sucking technology. I also bought one of those motorized suckers, and while it's good, it's not even worth it to bring it out for this. Not even worth it. It would do a great job cleaning these pads, even though its heater is much more rudimentary and could potentially run away and hurt my pads. It's just not worth it. I can just do this. So much easier. That one is looking a little rough. We'll use solder braid on it. Heaven holds a sense of wonder, and I wanted to believe that I get caught up. I think I moved that modular thing a little too close. I just burnt it again. Now I'm smelling plastic. It's just like regular desoldering. I too have a motorized sucker now. I've fished it out of a makerspace dumpster. Well, why do you think it was in a dumpster in the first place? Well, I guess a makerspace could probably use something like that to death. All right, so let's get a little solder braid on this. Get that little bit of extra there that's going to prevent me from putting a header on this. And there's so much flux down on the board, I think I could just get a bunch of heat in here and it should do its job. Yeah, you can see things kind of flow over a little bit there. Not enough solder to like fill the braid, but we did clean that up. There's right there too that's not looking quite round. These are insane minimalistic pins that they put on these pads, rather, that they put on these pins. It's insane. It's really space saving, but they don't take much advantage of it. All right, so all of the excess solder is now cleaned off of the board. We can come in here with a bunch of Q-tips, and I use goof off because I don't allow it to stay on the board very long. This is the step where, you know, other people would dump this thing into a vat of simple green and clean it up that way. Where did the little bin go? I had a little bin with parts in it. Probably under stuff. Oh, there it is. I'll put these in there. Okay, so let's get this into the trash can. They were going through tips and filters and it was getting clogged up because nobody put the care into actually servicing the thing. Makerspace is insanely rough on tools. Yeah, the 3D printers also only last a few months. I think that's probably where the Goop 3D printer came from, and it looked like people were scraping the bed of the printer with like a spatula. It just looked terrible. It was all gross, scratched up, and just on its last. All I did to it was add a magnetic bed. That's it. I just tape a magnetic bed on there, and it was done. Are you watching through the microscope or just normal eyesight? Ooh, that's a good question. That's one that I really like. That's the microscope. The microscope is a Logitech C920 webcam in a Kurokesu. There's a scope command, so if you want to see that in text, you can check it out. But this is a Logitech C920 in a Kurokesu housing with a C-mount to Nikon AFS-DX lens adapter. So this is my 2006 DSLR plugged into an adapter that goes to a regular webcam. So this thing expects a much larger sensor, and this thing expects a lens much closer. And the marriage of the two means that I've got at least 2.5 feet of standoff between my microscope and my subject. That's all being stabilized by a Naga arm, and I probably need to make an adapter for this part right here, because this is where all the weird stuff is introduced. But this locks it into place on a magnet mount. The base for the magnet mount is actually this base right here. Wexo, back in the day, many, many years ago, bought me another ADS-200, a newer ADS-200 soldering iron, which I didn't need because the ADS-200, the old one that I had, wasn't broken. Nothing was wrong with it, and this one operates almost exactly the same. It's just a little bit of an update. So this plate was the soldering iron holder, but I screwed that down to the desk. So now this thing is fully stably mounted, and it's a webcam microscope. What that means is that up here in OBS, in the screens where I'm monitoring everything, I see all this stuff up on top in the big monitor. That also means that my spine is not hunched over a desk. Hunching over a desk is possibly one of the worst things you could do in this hobby. You don't want to hunch over a desk. You want to sit upright. I mean, I hate to be Miss Manners, but you know, having good posture is going to help you not have back problems, because hunched over a desk all day is not a good, it's not a good look. I have standing height desks. I have a stool. I get up a lot, and I have monitors on a top shelf on my main work desk where I look at the camera like this. So I am upright most of my day when I'm doing things like this. You know, I hate to be a stickler for all that stuff, all that ergonomics and stuff, but like, you know, it's not a macho thing. You don't have to ruin yourself in order to be a macho man. You know, I don't need any of that safety crap. I don't need any of that posture crap. I'm gonna have scoliosis after 2 years of working. Like, just the guidelines are there for a reason, you know? It's a good idea. So, everything's cleaned up here. I use Goof Off just because colleagues have used it. Let me get a couple Q-tips here because they're actually made out of paper instead of plastic. I had somebody send me a bunch of these plastic foam rubber Q-tip, not foam rubber, just plastic foam Q-tip type things. They're the worst. It was made out of polymer, and so was the foam. The whole thing was plastic. It had to be the most wasteful thing I've ever seen. Plus, they weren't particularly good at cleaning stuff because there was you couldn't put any force on the foam on the end. Oh, it was awful. I'm so glad they're gone. I had like, being sent something like that, you're like, well, now I have an obligation. Like, I've got to actually use these, or else they'll just take up space forever. All right, so I'm gonna dump a little bit on the header, and then just go through and scrape it off, and that'll pick up the bulk of the flux. So let's get here. So just, it's going to take a couple with these, because when the flux gets thick enough to kind of burn like that, then there's a significant amount, and it likes to stick around. Let's hit it again. And again, this stuff is drying up pretty quickly, so it's not being exposed to plastic for an extended amount of time. So it's never really done me bad in terms of cleaning up a circuit board. Sometimes things get crazy, and I'll use a toothbrush. Not my normal tooth. Well, it is my normal tooth. It's the one that I use to brush my teeth at night. I'll just use my normal toothbrush. I actually have, back in the day, it was like maybe 5 years ago, I bought my parents a Sonicare, because I use a Sonicare toothbrush. It's like amazing. My dental appointments went from being a bloodbath to the dentist just kind of begrudgingly going, your teeth are fine. Which is an amazing endorsement from a dentist. Normally, it's like a bloodbath, and they go, you should be flossing. So, you know, the Sonicare really helped me out. What are we mopping up? This is a desoldering job that I just did, Camara. So my dental appointments went from being a Rabaz video to being just boring, which is amazing. So I bought my parents one, and they never have used it. And it's a more advanced one than the one I use. So I was thinking that maybe I could relinquish that one from them as a failed Christmas present, and I could potentially use it here in order to clean circuit boards. It'd be hilarious. Look at all that nasty crap. Give me that nasty crap. Yeah. Oh yeah, give me that nasty crap. Yeah. Oh wait, I'm not supposed to do innuendo when I do this stuff. Well, too late. I will never back down on that one. A little bit of the scrapey. Let's change sides here. That stuff is stubborn. We'll just pick up whatever else with this one. Holy crap, this stuff is nasty. There's some nasty crap. All right, let's get another one. I have to put them, I can't put them down on this surface because the goof off will remove the markings on my desk. This thing needs a whole, I could probably justify the use of the sonic bath on this. Yeah, bother, why don't you use flux? Yeah, well, you're looking at the reason right now. Actually, scraping pretty hard on this and it's not moving. Let's try to get some other stuff then. This is bugging me here. There we go. In the past, I've even taken an X-Acto knife and scraped physically with that. Flux stain adds character. Get over here. Give me this. Give me all this excess that's over here. That stuff is not moving. All right, I guess that has to do because it's not moving anywhere beyond that. They're also pretty gross, yeah. They're nasty. They nasty. Why did that move again? I guess it's just where the tape wants to go. We don't need the tape anymore. Actually, I'm going to keep it in case I bump the soldering iron up against it. But yeah, let's just get a little dollop here. Ah, that's too much. Clean it up and then move it over here. Get out of the way. Stupid thing. After the goof off, things should look like new. They pretty much do. Get a little dollop here. Could a vampire police officer enter a house if they had a warrant? No. They would have to be invited in. And not by a district judge. Because you have to be in the house to invite the vampire into the house. And it's some kind of a supernatural force. It's not a legal force. Legally, yes, but in terms of the laws of supernatural, you know, what is it? Basically, wasn't Dracula like a stand-in for immigrants? All right, this goes in the trash. Ooh, I got it in the trash without getting it all over the place. That's good. All right, so that's the pads all cleaned up. Oh, there's one more. There's one more. I forgot. One more. Forgot one. Oh, God. Oh, God, it's terrible. I need to get more of this stuff on there. I think I need to apply it to the Q-tip instead of the board. Oh, and I dripped on the board with that one? Oh, that's not good. All right, that's looking pretty clean. Sometimes when there's way too much flux, it'll bring its, it'll basically spread the flux out on the whole board and make the whole board like weirdly matte. I don't think we have that happening in this one, which is good. All right, I get the tape out of the way too because it's kind of annoying me. This is one that we never had to deal with. Yeah, the Q-tip shreds and then it becomes like a giant cotton pad. What the? Give me this. Not super clean, but it is cleaner than it was. If I really feel frisky, I could throw this thing into the ultrasonic cleaner. We need to clean up around this one. I need to get more Q-tips. If your landlord is a person in the house that the vampire is trying to get into, because they have to be invited in order to go in. They don't have to be... Listen. The whole narrative force behind that is that it's the person behind the door allowing them in. You can tell somebody you can go to this house and go inside, but I don't think that's going to count in the eyes of the vampire's magic. These are not the opinions of anyone other than myself. The whole narrative push behind that is that there's somebody at the door. Oh my God. I don't have to let you in. Okay. Does this one have flux on it? This one over here? This one's a TL072. It's just two operational amplifiers. What liquid did you use in the ultrasonic cleaner? I don't know. I've heard of people using Simple Green, which I think is water-based. I don't think it's terrible for a circuit board to be in water. It's just that you dry it immediately. You could always fill it with alcohol, I guess. But I always fill myself with alcohol. Look at all the flux on the bottom layer. Holy crap. Ah, crap. That was way too much. Here, let's scoop it up with this. So we'll just have a wet Q-tip here. Bring it over to the other side and clean the other one. I'm kind of twisting it in my hand as I go, just to give it a nice clean rubbing surface. It's like flux is just everywhere on this. I might have to do an ultrasonic clean of this thing. I'll have to look up what I'm supposed to be using. Watching the cold spread on the thermal camera, yeah. Thermal camera gives us views into things that you wouldn't expect. We're as fun as they are. I think maybe I need to just use a paper towel on this. This stuff is like drying off my hands too. Why do I have early 2000s trance stuck in my head? In this silence, do-do-do-do. Alanis Morissette remixes suddenly popped into my brain. And they won't leave. Leave me alone. Why won't you leave me alone? All right, that's a little cleaner. Dave's board has been kind of under the knife for a long time, and it's gotten kind of gross, so giving it just a little scrub down has kind of helped it out. Because early 2000s trance is awesome. It is indeed. I had a friend put together a really good playlist of all the old songs. He had to really dig for some of them too, and I would love to get that from him. But I don't know, he might want to just keep it for his own posterity, so might not be able to get it from him. Gonna need to moisturize after this. I know, when it got cool out for a little bit, I had to break out the moisturizer too. We had some cool weather there for a bit. It almost seemed seasonal. And then it all became summer again. And now we live in a desert. Okay, so parts. We have all of the parts because I have been inundated with M-303s for quite some time. And it's kind of annoying. Luckily, we'll be able to get these out of here soon, I think. But I've got all the chips that I need right here. And we'll just have to find the 0805 sized resistor. 0805 being the mil spacing of the length and width of the square chip. 0805 is a very solderable size. 0603 is a decently solderable size. And 0402 is a masochistic soldering size that will make you feel like you can't solder because it looks just like a big resistor, but every single one of your movements is amplified to the degree where you think that you are completely inept. Also, the value is no longer written on the top of the resistor at 0402 sizes. So, you know, stick to 0803. 0805. Damn it. I can't even get the sizes right. So this is the upper left-hand chip. I remember this from yesterday. Drop one of those in. Let me get another piece of tape on this thing just to hold it still. Captain tape is basically a consumable when you do stuff like this. I don't have a circuit board vise that can hold this size. I could maybe put a connector on the other side of this and then smush the connector. That would hold it decently well, although I'd be working off on the periphery. I guess I could do that. Yeah, let's do that. So if I take my test thing and I put it in on one of these, and I put it in on the other one. That's not going to work. It has to be on the outside. Around the outside, around the outside, around the outside. That. And like this. Now this is not how you're supposed to be plugging this thing in. You don't plug this thing in the middle. It has to go off to one side when it goes to a Eurorack module. What's up, Kavorka? How you doing? See, in this video today, something you'll be interested in. Little guys computing with Eurorack cathode ray dude. What? What does any of that mean? Euro mentioned. What does this mean? Somebody said something was mentioned earlier too. And I was like, what? I guess it's just one of those things where people call out whatever the streamer's talking about. Mod tester using a PC server rack. Interesting. Yeah, I started getting the crimes and ornamentation working for testing, and it wasn't as smooth as I thought it would be. There are some features in there that might be good, but I didn't really... I don't know to what end. So we're fixing Dave's module, and I'm going to see if they both behave the same. And then I've got the transistor that we removed. Oh, wait, this is the wrong... I'm on the wrong corner. The transistor that we removed from right here coming in, and maybe that'll be the right size. Jodiolo! Jodiolo! 16 months, finally got some time to watch. Hell yeah. Welcome, welcome, welcome. He's local to me, so we're probably stealing each other's finds at Goodwill. That's funny. The plates you're making would fit into the rack. Huh. Wait, CRD turned me on to digging through local thrift stores for random circuitry. There's like a Goodwill near me that I should probably look at and see if I can find anything cool. So the LM3046M is up here. For some reason, Acid Labs has this huge aversion to silkscreen markings. They just don't do it. I don't know why. Maybe it was cheaper to print this way. The other side of the board has silkscreen markings on it, though, which is kind of weird. I'm probably going to have to put Dave's synth in some kind of a cleaning thing. I'll have to figure out what I need to bathe it in, because there's little remnants of like dust and crap all over. What's up, Brink GG? I need to do your tutorial still. But I want to get that working so we can burn the subs back. It would be kind of funny if you fought like a more famous YouTuber over some piece of equipment. Yeah, the flux is even sticking my tweezers together. Ugh. We had a lot of flux on the board a minute ago, and now we're reaping the... not reaping the benefits, that's not what I should say. We're dealing with the consequences of our actions. There we go. All right, so to do surface mount SMD soldering, or SOIC size soldering, the best way to do it, in my mind, is to use just an anchor pin, and then I go individually from pin to pin. It depends on how much flux you really have sitting on the board. If you got a ton of flux down, you can sometimes sort of drag solder the pins, but... Yeah, but I mean, you still may have to repair a board. And if you've got to repair a board, it's nice to have markings. Although if you've got the documentation where everything is located, then you know, that you also don't really need a silk screen. But having a silk screen is just nice. It's just convenient. So this is a cluster of matched transistors, and there's a super matched transistor pair as well. And this is a chip that was used for RF stuff, originally used by these synthesizers in order to make a nice clean sound wave, nice clean sine wave, because when the transistors are matched, they can kind of complement each other and move the voltage across the appropriate range. So I go to the opposite pin, and then I hit that with the iron. Oops. Hopefully without moving it. Hey, bud? Okay. Let's clean that. Come over here. It's just... Oh, God damn it. the angle's funny because of these two potentiometers sitting there that I don't want to melt. So I'm actually not done yet. I hit that other side and I actually pressed down on this side of the chip just a little bit and I heat it up again. And there was a little click that I could feel of this chip dropping down. So this pin over here is bent just like microscopically. I mean, really, if I wanted to be nice, I could hit this with heat again. There was another clicking noise and that was just that pin settling back in. So now all the pins are settled in and the chip is as far down on the board as it goes. Beating on the iron is not what should happen. I'm trying to get as close as I can to the tip of the iron where all the heat is, but I'm trying to apply the solder to the pad, not to the iron. Sometimes you just miss though. Because again, my view is your view here. I'm seeing exactly what you guys are seeing. What I'm looking for is for the solder to flow above and get onto the top of that pin. I can sometimes force the issue by just moving the iron a little bit. Of course, if these pins were any smaller, we could drag solder them, which means I would just put a bunch of solder on the tip of the iron and use surface tension and just rake the iron across, diagonally across the pins. Perpendicular to the pins, rather. But this is, you know, this is technically too much solder, but it's not that big of a deal. Now, here's the challenge, is I'm going to try to bring the solder in from the side here. Yeah, that actually works pretty well. And it keeps me from getting too close to those potentiometers. But I'm not totally concerned if I have too much solder. Too much solder is fine. There we go. So that's sort of a labor-intensive way of doing SOIC. This one right here. Oh wait, let's do the 22 ohm resistor. 22 ohm, and we're going to put in an 0805. So that'll have plenty of wattage to it, enough wattage to kill the chip again if it wants to. 22 ohm, I've got plenty of them. Choose one that's already upright. Right here. Wow, this board is filthy. This board is disgusting. Look at all that crap. I'm gonna have to figure out what I should use to clean this. I don't recall loaning anyone my M-303 synth mod to repair. Hef, what are the voltages that come out of the... What voltages come out of the M-303? I have too many of them, and they're all broken in the same exact fucking way. And it's that stupid power plug that got plugged in backwards. But then I decided that I would be a smart boy and plug headers into these so that I could separate the two. 1.3 lead volts and 69. Okay, I'll take note of that. I put headers and I put like IDC cables on this thing so that I could test it. And I tested it for a little bit, but then I plugged it in wrong because you can, not only can you plug in the power plug in any orientation, but you can flip the board 180 degrees and plug it in. And so it blew it up. So Dave's, this one is super blowed up. This is a viewer's M303. They sent it in because they were on their you know, last legs. They said, you know what? I don't know how to get this thing repaired. Nobody's emailing me back. Can I send you this one? And I was like, sure. So now I have two. This one got the fix for the plugged in wrong M303, the one that we found online that tells us to replace 4 of the parts. But yeah, so we did the fix, and now I've plugged in my crime module in order to try to test it, and all I get are pathetic like noises on the outset. I think maybe it's the wrong transistor or something, but the M303 is being kind of a beast and not really cooperating. All right, so the 69 420 ohm resistor, that would be the one that I just put down. Where is it? Resistor. Hey man. Hey resistor, where'd you go, bud? Are you stuck to the tweezers? Oh, this is why I hate flux. This is why I hate flux. This is one of the many reasons that I loathe using flux, is because components will start sticking to your tweezers as a result of using it. So what I need to do is take paper tool, pinter tool, and do a little goof off on it. Let's get a little goofy. What was I was hearing bubbles. I heard like a little growling noise. That was creepy. was like, it was, oh my God. There's a scope command, but it is a Logitech C920 with a camera lens on it and an adapter that allows me to put a camera lens on it from Kuro Kesu. All right, so pinch and pull. Get all that crap off of here. Will it scream? No, it just goes. That was such a weird noise. We found mice in I almost canceled stream today, by the way. I almost canceled stream. I've been canceling too many Tuesdays, but I almost canceled this Tuesday because we found mice in the garage. We had a bunch of dog treats in the corner of the garage, milk bones that were too big for Willow, and those mice had like a whole fucking hotel going. They were living it up because they had this huge source of food and all this soft like plastic bags and stuff like that they could make nests out of. Oh yeah, and we can get closer too with this. I have some rings that we can put in the lens that will get us even closer. We can read the identification markings on chips, like on the silicon of chips. Got mice in my garage too. They're a problem because they just tear into everything. Yeah, they're moving in. At the end of summer, they're starting to move into the houses, so we had to do the shop vac and do all kind of. We've bought some new containers. Yeah, the microscope is really good. It allowed me to actually reverse engineer this thing without this document. We were able to figure out what the identity of a chip was because Acid Labs did us all dirty. Oh wait, did I move stuff? Hold on, I have to Control Z on. There we go. Okay, Acid Labs did us dirty and scraped off the identities of their chips. And so we were able to use GIMP. We were able to flog the GIMP in order to make a sort of color exaggerated version of the image that I took from the camera. So from the camera, went into GIMP image manipulation. That's why that red line is from OBS. And then we were able to extract some of the part number. My chat actually helped me find the exact same font on the thing. I need to get myself a microscope and a hot air rework station. Man, you know, I can't help but influence. It's in my bones, I guess. I've been doing this for so long that I guess just influencing. This is, by the way, this is the scope view that I need to disable. So anything we do on the oscilloscope shows up in full fidelity. And that's actually a little smaller than it is. It's actually this is a intranet website. This is actually an IP address that I can access. And you can click on the stuff and actually like manipulate the touchscreen stuff on the Rigol scope. But yeah, that was a big upgrade for this stream. Okay, so let's get that out of the way. Scope go away. But yeah, this is another thing some great scopes that are basically $100. This is 100 of those scopes in cost. That was my "you're an old man" gift to myself. So I view the microscope in exactly the same way you guys see it. This is the microscope right here. This is my OBS window where I'm streaming everything, so I'm constantly reminded. Oh, and then I have chats on both sides. I have the combined chat over here, and then in case this messes up or I need to do moderation, I have both of the chats here where I can do moderation. So if you guys get a little rowdy, I can start banning people. And then all the way over here, this is the amount of space on 3 monitors where I have to do all of my computer work, all the programming and stuff like that is all the way down to this little space right here. And yet I have all of these monitors to help me out. I need to put like a TV up above all these. Like when YouTube decides to drop your stream, yeah, I've got all that monitoring stuff up. I don't think I'd realize YouTube had dropped as quickly though. I love oscilloscopes. Had to use one to view the electrical noise on a mixer. I had the biggest problem with floating grounds on my main PC setup, and I'd actually get a little like box that isolated things. It was obnoxious. But yeah, the oscilloscope helps really like look at. It helps kind of give you context for signals that are moving. The multimeter might not be able to really tell you about. And one of the reasons I really wanted that overlay is every now and then we're reverse engineering something. So if we're reverse engineering something that uses digital signaling, there might be a blip. You're like, oh, a blip, got it. You pause it. You catch that blip the second time it comes in, zoom in on the blip, and all of a sudden it's this huge digital signal that you can then decode. So there's a lot of really good use for them. They've come a long way. Newer oscilloscopes are cheaper, better, faster, stronger, more dick to them. I don't know, whatever. They're better nowadays. So those cheapo scopes that you look at, like, they can be pretty good actually for your purposes. If all you need is something that's a little bit better than a multimeter, the cheapo scopes can be pretty good. Yeah, I need to find, I have a kit. I have a $30 oscilloscope kit. We need to see what that's like. And if possible, work that into its own module. That would be kind of fun. Okay, anyway, I'm getting distracted. Let's get back to Verk. Get to work! We have this document that just kind of descended upon us from God knows where. It just, one of the viewers linked me to it, and I was able to kind of find it again. It's a GIF image, and it is what you should do to the M-303 module in order to fix it. And we've been working on Dave's module for so long that I really need to just fix this. Tektronix 2213, it's so pretty, so green. They have a green scope, that sounds neat. I saw one for like $650 that had 100 picosecond resolution. Jesus Christ. 1/10 of a nanosecond. That's pretty good. When we reverse engineered the Bluetooth low energy transceiver and the wireless wheel module for Granite Devices wheels, we made that basically in software, but we had to reverse engineer the Bluetooth stack, and I had to use some nanosecond timing delays in that code. Not many, but I had to use a couple. It was nice to be able to have the scope able to kind of key off of it and like barely see just a little slice. Okay, so the next component that we're putting in is 4106. I think that's a, oh no, we're putting in that 22. That's right. I cleaned off my tweezers for this. Surface mount resistors. Easy as can be. All we're going to do is grab it and slide it into place. Now those glitches that you see on the camera are because I have a cheap USB cable. It's still sticky. It's still sticking to the... I have a cheap cable on it, and it goes through a couple different like adapters. Like it goes through a panel mount and stuff like that. So it's a little glitchy. The Logitech cameras put a lot of data out, and they kind of fill up the USB stack very quickly. So that's what you're seeing on those glitches, is it just has errors. I like it because it's like some kind of a little cyberpunky kind of thing. Makes it seem more like you shouldn't be tuning into this broadcast. Slide it into place, and then we get that wet look of it kind of like wicking up onto the stuff. And that's all she wrote for the 0805. That's why 0805 is such a nice size to design something in. It's a nice size. It's just... the shadows don't really help. I've got a lighting stand that sits over next to me, and that lighting stand has the ability to be automated. Once I follow Brink GG's steps to sort of put my MQTT broker where I want it, then I'll be able to have the light turn on and off as I go to the face cam and stuff like that. I don't look, finger dexterity is one thing. Listen, most people can do this. There are obviously exemptions where people are unable to steady their hands in such a way. Right now I'm working on top of a vise that's kind of tall off of the ground, tall off of the table here. But a lot of what I like to teach is bracing this part of your wrist right here. You brace this part of your wrist, your shaky hand is no longer, you don't need the dexterity in your rotator, you don't need all the dexterity in your arm, you just need those fingy muscles to be able to go to different positions. And there are even further ways to stabilize, like putting a pinky finger on something, or you know, just generally, it's like welding. If you're comfortable, they're comfortable. Bring them inside. But yeah, the steadying of your hands is one thing that I try to emphasize, which is why I have the camera setup that I do. We have this camera in a little box in the corner so that you guys know what I'm doing with my hands in order to do this very dexterous stuff that I do. I am not a super neurosurgeon, although maybe I could have been if I was better around blood. But boy, could I use the money of a neurosurgeon. But yeah, I'm not incredibly super duper steady. I'm just comfortable. And I'm also sitting upright. I'm not hunched over the desk. I'm not pressing my face into the workpiece or anything like that. I've got plenty of room to work-ish, considering that the camera's right in my face. Can't handle the sight of blood, but the smell gets to me. You know, I haven't dealt with the smell. Yesterday, I had to go into the doctor's. I'm a type 1 diabetic. I'm back and forth to the doctor like constantly. But apparently, I've got a lot of iron in my blood. And that's not just because I'm sitting here chewing on solder. My body just puts too much iron in the blood. And the only way that we have to get rid of it is bloodletting. They had to actually hook me up to something that looked like a giant insulin bottle and fill that with blood. And so I'm sitting there and I'm like, do I not like the sight of blood? And I look over and I'm just dribbling into this container and I'm like, no, I guess I'm okay with it. Over time, I've become less sensitive to that sort of thing. But yeah. No, it doesn't pump back into me. I can actually donate blood, and I'm hoping to donate red blood cells so I can do the red blood cell donation, and then it'll go through the spinny thingy, and then they'll give me some of my plasma back. But as it is right now, I fill up what looks like a giant insulin bottle with my blood, and then they look me in the eye and they go, this is your blood, and then they throw it in the garbage, and I'm crying. You know, it's just the whole thing. But the thing is, like, after getting that procedure done, I feel so much better. Like, I feel lighter. I feel like I've slept properly and all that stuff, even though I woke up in a heap. It's better to have too much iron rather than too little. No. Oh, you mean in terms of, like, having the condition? Maybe. But you're not supposed to have either. But having too much iron, the Red Cross opened up their criteria for donation. So now, instead of taking up like a cancer patient like thing, like an infusion setup, I can actually go donate the blood, and then I can be like, hey guys, look at me, I donated blood for the 10th time. I can make the front page of Reddit like that one guy did for donating 10 times. I can say, hey, I donated 10 times. I'm better than you. I'm much more moral and just obviously superior to all of you, even though I have to be there. N38 is the 4106. The 4106. Let's find a 4106. Well, it'll eventually get... Yeah, somebody made the front page of Reddit by saying they had donated 10 times. They're like, I donated 10 times. I'm like, wow. Cool. I can't see this one. Oh, my fingers are cramping. Ah! Oh! Diabetic cramps. Fun stuff. I've donated gallons of blood plasma. There's that one billionaire that's trying to be like forever young, and he had all his plasma removed. It's like, huh? What? These are a different chip. This is LM something or other. I think this is the one that goes in the bottom corner. What are these? 3046. Uh, 4106. So this is now a Texas Instruments 4106. That's what goes here. Plop. Your body manufactures blood plasma on an ad-needed basis. What's his plan? Look, I don't know what his plan is, man. I think he's replacing it with a young man's blood. Could you imagine? Hey, what's your job? I'm this guy's blood. I'm younger than him, and I just give him my blood. It sounds awful, but apparently that's what he's doing. I make thousands of dollars by just giving this guy a bunch of blood. It's so weird. And the guy does not look young. My fingers are starting to cramp. This is because my glucose level is falling. It was high after lunch, and now it is falling. And at some point, I'll redo my overlays, and we'll put my blood glucose on screen permanently. I'll do like a small bar at the bottom, and we can put my glucose level there. I've been told some places will pay you to donate blood or plasma. I'm wondering if I give that a whirl. It's a little bit of extra scratch. I don't know if it's going to be like a career. Who are we talking about? Yeah, I have a constant glucose monitor, and I use the AAPS system, the Android Auto Pancreas system. And what that allows me to do is have an auto upload of my glucose level to a website. It's actually like a normal website. And so I've shared that publicly, but all I have to do is open up my BG overlay. Where is that? Overlays. BG. Oop, there it is. I just had to kind of get a grip on it again, but you can see what my glucose level's been doing since this afternoon. Why did it jump up at 3:30? Wait, it is 3:30. When is that? That's, oh, Tuesday. Yeah, that's a big timeline on the bottom. But on the little timeline, you can see the lunch kind of bumped me up to the 200s, and now I'm sort of settling down. And that's 5 minutes with a 5-minute delay. Went to one for like 5 years. They give me $25 twice a week. Oh, weird. Twice a week. That is, I don't know about that. Better to be high than low. No. Like in the grand scheme of things, sure, but I would rather my glucose level be on the low side of normal at all times. Being hyperglycemic, even 209 for large extended periods of time, is not good for your body. Yeah, I need to turn that into a smaller overlay. Blood supplies are never high enough. Hey, Poopsie Doodle. How you doing? Yeah, so that's a Heroku website, and I had to coach my endocrinologist on how to get there. So my endocrinologist at any point in time can drop in and check my glucose level stuff. He's sort of learned, I have the same, the person who told me, kind of taught me about the auto pancreas system happened to also go to the exact same endocrinologist that I do in Philadelphia. So it's funny. We just talk about the endo TM with each other. That faces, oh God, I got the right direction. Good. For a second there, I didn't really, I miss Philly. Philadelphia is terrible. Nobody should come to Philadelphia. But yeah, it's totally awesome. It's the secret of the East. Used to live there. I'm not strictly in Philadelphia. I say that I'm in Philadelphia, and that's more of a streamer safety thing. I'm in one of the outlying suburbs of Philadelphia. And actually, yeah, it was going to be the nation's capital for a little bit. My Wawa is the same Wawa that you would go to if you're visiting DuckDuckGo. I won't say anything else than that. The transistor came from the transistor book. It was a BC 547, which was close to the part that was in the original one. I have the right part coming in the mail. Atkins Park, Northern Burbia. I see. I don't know that area precisely. I'm in the western reaches of Philly. Although I had BC 817 is what we put in. And it's possibly why we're getting slightly less... We're getting less of a signal out of the thing. That might be the reason why. I'm not totally sure. It's a great idea for chips. You can buy these. I just simply bought these. It's a transistor book, but it's this kind of 3-ring binder stuff that's... Yeah, this is really good because then you have on your bookshelf... If this thing would bother to let me turn it, you can just have a bunch of binders where you store all of your, like, resistors, capacitors. I have some Zener diodes and other diodes, all these surface mount parts. A lot of manufacturers sell samples that way. You can buy them online, which is really, really helpful for me. It's nice to have sort of all that stuff in a nice little neat sample book. So BC 817 was a replacement for the BC 847 to 817. The part number is different, and sometimes when the part number is different, it's a totally different part. You're so well organized, it's unreal. All of your hobbies and interests. I look at that and I'm just impressed. I spend a lot of time organizing. I have to be organized because otherwise the ADHD wins, and I cannot let the ADHD win. Part of my whole thing, and the reason I'm able to jump into this stuff 2 feet in front of me, is because I stream it. Streaming gives me that extra motivation to work on these projects. Yeah, everything will be gone if I don't have a place for everything. Everything has to be in a place. Transistors are from the book. Anything that I've ordered for a project that's surface mount comes from my crotch. It comes from all these parts that I store in my crotch. Sample things are also in my crotch. I got a lot of junk in my trunk. But yeah, things have to be in a particular location for me to be able to find it. If it's anywhere else, it's gone. It's just gone. It's not in my life. Since you mentioned iron level, I was curious, how are you sucking away soldering steam? Well, it's not really steam. And also, I don't use a wet sponge. I hate wet sponges. I hate wet sponges. They stink, they get moldy, and they generally just are terrible. I use a dry sponge, which does harm the soldering iron over a long amount of time. I also have the Air King is looking out for his serfs. The Air King is constantly blowing at my back. This is a payphone. Don't ask. And then I've got the window open. Window open, fan blaring, moving that air around. I have an exhaust vent, but it hasn't worked for a long time. So I could get that exhaust vent working, but yeah, the Air King is always looking out for his territories. Object permanence is overrated. Yes, it is. I don't have it. You can successfully play peekaboo with me, and I will think you're dead. Wet sponges seem to destroy irons. I guess it's everything north of the tinned tip really gets damaged by a wet sponge, because all that heating and reheating, eventually rust starts to happen on your soldering iron, and then you've got this nasty, rusty soldering iron. So I generally don't like them. I use the brass wool, and you just kind of poke your soldering iron into that, and it just scrapes everything off. Every now and then, you have to get out the horrible, horrible chemical tin, and this is my Radio Shack tip cleaner. So this will tin and clean a tip. If I really want to, I could take a file to that tip and then, you know, just submerge it in some of the most horrible chemicals known to man, and it refurbishes. Okay. I'm sure. Everybody talks about the stupid little... Listen, if I had a solder sucker, it would not be the right kind. The only right kind of solder sucker is one of the ones with a separate unit with all the filters in it that passes it through charcoal properly. Charcoal foam is not going to clean solder out of the air. It is going to just pass through that. So whatever solution you have in mind is not going to be enough for me to actually quell people telling me that I should look out. And the reason this is happening right now is because I've put myself out there. You know, I'm on Blue Sky now, and I put together a post that I'm streaming, and I put my very cute corgi front and center, because why not? Of course I did. Willow is awesome. She has a little bed in the desk behind me, and she used to spend time with me, but I don't think she likes me yelling at the furniture during her nap time. So she goes upstairs and she barks at the front door while I stream. But yeah, the new people coming in have to kind of assert themselves, and it's typically by saying that whatever I'm doing isn't right in terms of filtering solder out of the air. But I've been doing this for very, very many years. I don't have the best solutions for this, but I generally have air moving in the shop. I'm not sitting here in a cloud of solder smoke. Also, the solder that I use has less lead in it. It's not exactly healthy and safe, but we old viewers just accept that you're not right. Listen, the same chat that is telling us right now that everything is safe, that what I'm doing is totally fine, is the same chat that against all odds is telling me that lead is actually safe and that I don't have to worry about unleaded solder and stuff like that. Actually, lead is perfectly fine. You can even eat it. They were trying to convince me of that the other day, which is just shocking. I'm never going to let you guys live that down. And it is collective punishment that I'm doing. Don't you worry about that. I'll worry about blank. Let me worry about blank. The other day, I got 3D printer resin in my mouth. just to let you guys know what level you're dealing with here. They filtered that. They put lead in their cooking. It's a different scenario. Okay, this one down here. What is this one? Well, lead has a sweet taste to it. Things I could just say to rile my chat and get engagement. I don't like doing that. So what part were we looking at? We were looking at this one down here. N42 is one that I'm replacing. And we didn't have, I think basically what I was able to do is, that's the other project. This is the module tester. Let's open a recent and look at Moog, RP4060, diode ladder. That's not the right one. Resin is nasty, but it makes such nice parts. It is absolutely disgusting. It basically, what happened is a little bit got under a fingernail, and then I ended up cleaning my teeth with that fingernail, and then I got to taste resin. This thing got to 55.2 kph, which is about 35 miles an hour. This is just the RC car project. This is another Fusion 360 thing where I took a part from GrabCAD and I combined it with some other solids, and I made some adapter parts in order to mount it into the 3D printed Lancia Monte Carlo body, which is a nice shape. Now, Cluck J, who's the other diabetic, was like, I told you so, I told you it would crack. And I'm like, yes, that's the whole purpose behind the 3D printed body. I can hit print, and in 4 hours, this plastic will be waiting for me on the printer. So it's something that I'd like to go over with you guys with Fusion 360, so it might be part of my legally obligated Fusion 360 stream. I have to do 2 per 3 months. So we'll just do one every now and then, and I think without even struggling, I'll be able to keep my new license for Fusion 360. But what I was able to do is use Fusion to sort of scoop out the inside of this thing and then cut away the sides. And then I had to jump into Blender in order to kind of massage some of the polygons, because it's a low poly model. It makes a very cool cyber-looking RC car. But I'd like to go over that process with you guys, and maybe you guys will have suggestions and improvements. This is a ZOS GPS. The GPS with a big screen on it. It's funny, though, as soon as you mention something like that, people start suggesting alternatives. This thing has a big screen on it. It's nice. And I was able to get it to work properly. Resin allergy. No, I don't have a resin allergy. You are a real boy now. Yeah, I know. I'm being a big man baby when I do projects like this, but they're cool. They're cool. Look at this car. It's awesome. Oh, it's broken. We'll fix that eventually. Fusion's great for dimensional parts, but Blender is king for making things that are artistic. Where Blender actually exceeds Fusion is in the ability to individually manipulate nodes and lines. Fusion has the ability to manipulate solids and faces, but it doesn't allow you to move like one node a little bit. But where Fusion excels is in the engineering part of it. You do the 2D drawing, you extrude it, you chamfer the living crap out of it. It's great at that kind of stuff. Might not have a resin allergy yet, but might be working towards it. You guys are a bunch of naysaying. Cheer up, chat. All right, so I need to know what this other part is, and we have it somewhere in the notes. I don't know where those notes are. I'm gonna have to find them. Let's see here. Since I guess my escapades with my file server, it might be on the, yeah, M-303 is just on the desktop here. So that's the GIF image. Let's open up GIMP. GIMP might have something to say about that. Actually, Fusion is probably going to be the one that has the identity of that chip, aside from my notes for reverse engineering the M-303. Did you get an educational teaching license? They have a creators program where I can do certain things in order to keep my license, as it were. And so I've been doing the sort of the legal part of that in the background. So soon enough we'll get there. Let's see. We were doing open. Where's my recent? There we go. I guess this is the only thing that I've been working on recently. So I use GIMP because it's a multi-layer image manipulation suite, and I'm able to overlay the components on top of the traces. And so I've got this whole working document here that I've been using in order to get this schematic into Fusion 360. It's the way you reverse engineer things. And this is something that, okay, when I originally started doing that, people were astounded at this technique. They thought this is an extremely unique technique. I've worked for 10 years reverse engineering terrorist electronics is what the job title was. And that basically means IEDs, things that electronics designs that were meant to flip a switch at a great distance. And so one of the techniques we had was doing this. When something was particularly vexing, we would put all of our information down on a multi-layer manipulation software like GIMP. I think I actually did use GIMP. What I can do is overlay the top and the bottom layer, and then I can produce something that looks kind of like an actual like CAD program drawing of the whole thing. So yeah, here are all of my different layers and how they're interacting with each other. By the way, Factorio just released its space update. If this is looking a little familiar to you, perhaps Factorio would be a fun game. Anyway, I'm not sponsored by them. I've seen people do reverse engineering on macro photos using colored markers. This kicks ass over that. All the EE knowledge I have is from USAF training, I see. This is how I tried to reverse engineer my bike light once. It got way too confusing. When it gets too confusing, you basically want to take things one signal at a time. And when I do that, I highlight over it all the things that I've already put into. And if you're doing CAD software, I guess you can do everything in one go. But reverse engineering takes a lot of sketching and resketching in order to get stuff into a form that engineers would understand. Because the whole purpose of a schematic is it's hieroglyphics that are designed to communicate with another engineer what's going on. So you follow your own internal logic on the standards that you do in your schematic, and you look at external documentation in order to give you the form of your destructor, the form of the thing that you're putting together, because then they can say, well, what the hell chip are they using? What the hell is TLO72? Let me look that up. And then you get op-amp circuits that are sort of external. Have you played a lot of Satisfactory? I have 300 hours into Satisfactory, and I have not played the 1.0 update. I would love to, but I also have a lot to do. I have a lot of IRL stuff that I need to get done lately. So I would love to get back into Satisfactory. Abiotic Factor like swallowed me up for a little bit, and I'm still not done playing Abiotic. So Abiotic Factor is an amazing game. So the chip that I'm looking for is it this one? No, that's the upper left-hand corner. Good customer. This little guy right here, and I didn't mark anything around it, but this is a something or other amplifier. It's basically a VCA in a chip. So that one is called like a something amplifier. Let's take a look at what this, I think it's this one here. We'll look up the data sheet on this thing, but I think it's this thing. No, it's not the CD4010. The CD4010, SEEDY. I think it's this one. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Dave Mack. LM13700. It's a voltage-controlled amplifier in a chip. LM13700. All right, so that one goes in here. I'm replacing this because for some reason we did not get the amount of volume out of the thing that I thought we should. But I guess this is probably not the problem. But I need to replace it just in case. I have to write that one down. It's so commonly known that a different person tells me what it is every time we are involved with it. A different person in chat happens to just know what an LM13700 is. It's that common of a part, and yet I was struggling. I was using all of my best reverse engineering techniques in order to figure out what the hell this chip is. The wonderful thing about chips is that you have some standards, but not a ton. So the inset of power and ground, where does power and ground come in? What is it hooked up to? Is it plus, minus? Is it hooked up to positive powers? What's going on in this thing? I struggled and struggled and struggled with this one because it wasn't taking on any commonality, like common factors, and it didn't have anything unique enough for me to identify it out of nothing. And then one chat member just said, LM13700. And I'm like, oh, wait, what are you talking about? Looked it up, and it matched exactly for the pinout. So, yeah. Hey, Caribos. So yeah, let's just get this thing soldered in. It's a weird chip. I don't know exactly what all of its features are, but I haven't done nearly enough music electronics. Yeah, it gets a little complicated. Yeah, the dudes that know, like, there's like lore behind all of the module makers and stuff. There's been like drama and lore and just a whole world that I just was not privy to. I had no idea that it existed or has existed for such a long time. And so dropping in on it, people are like, oh, I know exactly what that is. Oh, that's this, and this person does this. And I'm like, holy shit, really? Neat. Julian has been after me for over 20 years to build a synthesizer, quote unquote. And I keep telling him, like, yeah, I'm going to do it eventually. This has been a good little intro into what systems are involved in building a synth. Sort of like, how can I bring my personality to a synthesizer? And doing it modularly is certainly a way to go. But he wants it inside of a carbon fiber violin case. Audio parts list, yeah, exactly. Doing some guitar pedal stuff, and it's crazy the community behind it. Yeah, I mean, musicians are a crowd. They're a particular crowd. Where is my heat? Now this is rosin core, so I don't really need to. Oh god, that was too much solder, but I guess I managed to wick it away. This is rosin core. This thing's off. It's actually pushed over to the right a little bit. I'm gonna try to ignore that. Actually, let me seat the chip. So just give it a little push down. Heat up your pads. Individually, and that just makes sure that you're pressed down on the board. Filter modules. There's actually a reverb module that's pretty cool, and I reverse engineered the Erica Synths reverb software. They were running an AT-Tiny style microcontroller that I was able to figure out exactly how they were running this other whatever it is, reverb module. What I didn't do is I didn't get a dump of the EEPROM to get all the different effects that they have. But I don't want to fully reverse engineer their product. I just did it to fix Julian's. Because yet again, he plugged it in wrong and it blew up. He had some kind of a power surge that affected his whole thing. Oh, my soldering iron turned off. Thank you, IntelliHeat. I'm so happy that my house isn't burning down. I've seen you around, Dave Mech, I think. Do I know you from somewhere? You're your first time chatter, though. So maybe I'm just confused. In my old age, I'm starting to conflate users. Small stone phaser and distortion pedals. Yeah, this is some cool stuff. I love the guitar effects that were like, let's get a bunch of speakers together and put them on a rotating drum, and then we'll put a microphone nearby. What's up, Dave? I don't mean to call you out, I'm sorry. We have a introvert follower mode where it doesn't announce anything. It is the first time here. Okay, so I'm losing my mind. It's all the solder fumes in the air. Sir, I read about soldering once, and I'm pretty sure that you shouldn't be doing it at all, because you're going to turn into lead. Are you wearing safety glasses, streamer? Streamer, are you wearing safety glasses, streamer? Streamer! I should forward those people to Uo's lab. Go watch his streams. Go watch his streams and then come back here. Call me the safest streamer on Twitch. I'm just gonna make sure some of these that one pad looks like there's no solder on it. I think there is. I just want to make sure that it's there. We got like what, a couple days until daylight savings time. I don't know when that kicks in, but it is dark in the evenings now. Do you see the iFixit iron? It looks like the Chinese KSGER brand, but cheaper looking and almost $400. I've looked at it. I've only glanced at it. I haven't actually been able to work with it in any capacity, so I don't know what it's like. The soldering iron that I use is the Pace ADS 200. It may be old, but it never breaks. This thing just does not break. I should have it at 666 degrees, but it seems to like to forget. 666 degrees. And it turns itself off periodically, but I can change the tip in an instant. It's just what I've been using. And this soldering iron is going to last me. It'll probably be around after I am. That's why I use it. It's just that good of an iron. So whatever particular soldering iron of the week comes around, I am not privy to it. I don't do anything with that. Irons come and go as far as I know, and especially these days, everybody's able to make a competent soldering iron. So I'm sure it's good. Okay, so this is butting up against that right there, the capacitors, because of the width of the IDC connection. These aren't the ones where I can offset the cable, and I would like to have heat sinking on this while I solder it. The pine sill, I have whatever that 100 thing is, and it was very close to as good as the Pace. So from what I hear, the pine sill is a pretty good one. The Pace gives me a lot of freedom in that I'm only holding on to this little piece of metal. So I have a lot of freedom of movement around the stuff that I'm working on. 20 years ago, yeah, it goes hard, but it's larger and has the hot air as well. Oh, I guess I made this one out of 2 headers, and so I've ruined one of the headers already. I mean, I could try to resurrect the old headers. I still think I have them in a bin. Hold on, let's find them. Because we could plug in these 2-row headers that originally came with the synthesizer. I could refurbish them and get them to plug back in, if I still have them over here in this bin. Not looking good. Where are they? Nah, okay, I don't think I have them. I ran into them at some point, but I don't know what ultimately happened to them. They've been rattling around the shop for months, so probably have, oh no, we've got that up there. Okay, let's see. 2-row header. See, I don't have a ton of 2-row header. We don't do a lot with that here. But I can't always replace the thing with 2 1-row headers, which is what we were about to do anyway. I just need to make sure that they plug into an IDC holder, IDC cable, so that they don't get like crooked. All right, let's do this one. This one's probably 2 1-row headers as well. Well, that looks like that was the original 2-row, and then here's 2 1-rows in this one. And they all match up anyway. They're all 0.1 inch spaced. 1/10 of an inch. All right, well, that is a stiff fit. Whew. Okay, so let's get that soldered. Easy peasy peasy. I do. There's a Discord command. It's also on my B-ski, my Blue Sky profile and stuff. I'm not trying to hide the Discord, because the Discord's where I am in between streams. That's where you'll find Bother, and then where you'll find. Listen. We've put together kind of a motley crew in our Discord. It's a good gathering of people that I like a lot. So you guys should definitely check it out if you get a chance. Awesome for a small space. Yeah, well, that works. Oh, you got to do that in Twitch. I'm sorry. That was a Twitch one, yeah. That's a copy down the URL or go to my Blue Sky or something. Sorry. I'm sorry, YouTube. I'll be better to you in the future. I need to get the big spool of solder on this. This thin stuff is great for surface mount, but it's really kind of hindering me here. So this is like electronics 101 is soldering pin headers. At least we get to see the solder flow. It's nice and pretty. Like I said, see the solder flow. And are you doing this to me? Why aren't you flowing properly? What the hell, man? Why is it doing this? Why are you like this? It's these narrow pads. There we go. The flux had to spread over everything. I kind of added it to the side, and then it didn't get that rosin core flux all over it. And I usually hold it there until it sucks in just a little bit, because that means that you're heating everything below the outward layer pad. So you apply the solder to the pad, not to the iron, and you just give it a couple seconds there. Less than a couple seconds, but you just give it a little bit of time, and that'll help it kind of get into the via and be really annoying for the person who has to rework. Just like that. It's easy as can be. This is electronics 101, soldering 101. You want to get the solder, the iron at an upward angle so that it clears this other pin, but you also want it to be down and flat as you can possibly get it, so that you're trying to get this tilted surface flat onto the pad. You want that surface area. If you don't get the surface area, sometimes you can get a little bit of molten solder that'll help you interface with the metal and transfer that heat in, and then you add the solder to the pad, not to the iron itself. Every now and then you'll have something happen where it doesn't work like this, and you won't be able to get that solder in. Like right now, it's kind of struggling. They're heated up enough to get it. But if you get that little struggle moment where it's just not cooperating, you can add just a touch of solder to the iron. That'll get that rosin flowing. It'll get the heat transferring for you. It's just, but that's an emergency tactic. And I actually did a no-no here. Because that thing went in so tightly, I did not check to see that it was flush with the board. So there will be significant egg on my face if I take this away and it is not flat against the board. I think it is. I just kind of worry about that right now. So yeah, hold it there and it wicks in. You don't want your fingers should be far enough away from everything. And then because I'm using the big reel of solder, I am actually bracing my fingers against the PCB in order to hold it into place while I solder. Giving it that time, stuff to flow in. I refuse to flush. Okay. Hoof tip would be pretty good for through hole. The tip that I'm using is the tip for everything. This thing will work with everything. I can do surface mount on this. I can do through hole with this. I can do solder rework with this. I don't need to swap it up. I have the ability to do, you know, my favorite tip, which is the rounded pencil tip. I have two needle tips of particular flavors. I have the big chisel, and then I have variations of this one. One is a high heat variation, and the other one's just pretty much the same thing. And that's all that I use for doing all of these different solder jobs. They have multiple different purposes for each tip. Don't mean for my comment to be bothering me. I haven't been able to read because I've been working. What are we saying? Hold on. Going back and forth with flat tip versus round tip ideally. Yeah, the round tip sometimes just doesn't really work for some stuff. The needle tips are fragile and very annoying to get heat from. This one just has enough heat for everything. Aside from the smallest of surface mount sizes, I haven't struggled with this one. It's a 300-watt soldering iron, so I've got a lot of power behind the heat that these tips are able to express. I have had times when the tip is actually, like, you see a bead of solder suddenly go to the pin next to it, and it locks everything in place, because all of a sudden it connects it to a huge heat sink. So what you need to do is not put any stress on the board, because you don't want to break anything. You need to get a gas-powered soldering iron and come in and hit it with a ton of heat in order to get things to capitulate to your demands. I've used the needle tips to clean out large vias, but other than that, I find they don't transfer heat well enough. Yeah, I've struggled to use the needle tips. The needle tips are good for like 0406 and smaller surface mount. Not rework, just for adding. Needle tips are handy for cleaning out of solder bridges from the damn FCP headers. FPC headers, I see. That sounds like a useful place for them. All right, so I need just any old header. We can clean this oh, this is two 1-row headers. This one has little bits of solder on it. Let's just see, does it? Oh yeah, the problem was that the, this doesn't fit in with everybody. Actually, that fit. Oh, that, for some reason, that one fits without killing the capacitor. Okay, good. The hoof tip. I don't know what this hoof tip is. And I think it's satanic, and I think you're trying to sell me over to the devil. Devil, you say? The devil, the devil. Hooven tips! Repent ye! Dr. Plugger, speaking of getting plugged, Dr. Plugger with a prime for 53 months. Hell yeah, bud. Thank you so much, Dr. Plugger. Sorry, sometimes the words don't come out. Sometimes I just have to do stupid noises. Yeah, when you solder with like a high power 1080p camera / microscope to 69 people, nice. You get better at soldering and making it look like you're doing good soldering. I am a very highly practiced solderer. You don't have to have your soldering look exactly like this, although it's not a challenge for it to look like this. Slowing down often helps quite a bit. My hands are not the steadiest hands in the world. I don't have the hands of a surgeon. People tend to think that just because of what it looks like. But I'll tell you, my pinky finger is touching the board right now. The board is clamped to the vise, and I'm using the vise as a wrist rest. So everything is being sort of anchored into place by the tabletop. And I'm applying the solder on the other side of the iron, and I'm letting the heat soak into the pad. I'm taking my time. This is, well, mostly because I'm wasting everyone's time. But yeah, that's all there is to it. Now, aside from that, it's the quality of the soldering iron and keeping that tip clean that will get you through an electronics project. And being a stickler for details, you know, you gotta kind of check and recheck yourself. Forced, you wreck yourself and put something in wrong. I'm gonna have to unpack that joke. Hold on one sec. Solderer, solderer, pinkies out. Yeah, pinkies out, pinkies out. I say solder because I don't say aluminum, and I don't say platinum either. I call it solder, not solder. Bada bing. Those are our headers back. So the reason I did those headers the way that they were is because I bought 2 flat cables, and the only way to get pin 1 to agree with pin 1 was to plug it in from the other side. Obviously, there wasn't enough to plug in from this side. What I wanted to do was flatten out the M-303 so that I could poke at it and get all the voltage levels of signals that were running around the board. So we're done reworking it. It could probably use a bath and some kind of a cleaning agent, but it doesn't necessarily need it. Some of that little bit of flux and stuff is not going to affect the performance of something operating in audio frequencies. Those look basically like what you want to see. What you really want to see is actually going like this. If I had a little less solder in everything I did, then it would wick properly and all that. Or if I held heat for just a little longer than what I did, it would soak down to the bottom and it would just look perfect. But as long as it looks wet and as long as it covers all of the stuff, you're good. Check the solder connections first. That's too much work. Too much work. I'm gonna plug it in. All right, so I'm pretty confident about the work on this thing, even the soldering on the pins. Yeah, like a tent, like a, well, it looks like as if it were water covering things. That looks funny. Wait a minute, what's going on there? That looks a little funny. That's just stuff. Might have been paper towel, who knows? Let's reflow that a little. All these chips have new solder on it because I removed them in order to see what the traces were underneath. So Dave's module's been through hell and back. I don't know if I trust these. These are off by a little bit. It's too much solder, but whatever. A Metcal. I think I've used a Metcal before. What's the one that looks like an obelisk? It looks like 2001 obelisk. They've got irons nowadays where you plug in a little USB stick that has your license on it, and it also has your personal profile, which is, I think, a little bit much. If it ain't bridging, then you're good. Yeah. Well, that was originally what I was looking at this chip for. It looked like it was bridging. Really tiny tip with a hook on the end. Oh, weird. I think that would be too weird for me. That looked like that was a cold joint right there. Check this one. Sounds fine. That was fine. I don't think that was a cold joint. Good on that one. Check over here. Dun dun dun. Missed a couple. I know, exactly. You don't need an ID to use a resistor on a stick. It's so weird. I guess if you had like a big operation where people would be coming in, like different techs would be coming in and using your station with the expensive soldering iron on it, I guess that makes some sense. But it still was like, it was a lot. They don't care about selling to consumers. They just want to sell to big industrial operations. So they make weird features like that. What I want this one to be able to do is to pull the iron off of pull the tip off without having to touch anything else. Like if I got this to be like a sailing cleat where it would catch the rope in one direction, I would love to have something where I drop this in and pull it backwards and it would catch the iron and pull it out so that I could insert into another one and pull up, and then it would just have the new tip on it. And I wouldn't have to use their little silicone tweezers. I tried to do that. I used fuse holders in this, and it didn't quite work out. I'm always yelling about the person who used this last, messing it all up, because it's me. I bet you I could do hot swapping if I just spent a little bit of time to make the metal part that would capture things. But I haven't spent that time. I haven't had that ability to do intense machining. Or you could make your soldering iron tip like those multicolor ballpoint pens, and you would have just different like pen things that you would press down, and the tip would pop out, this big comedy handle. I could 3D print that. Those actually rely on the plastic casing, so you would have to have your iron bump up against the outside. So I guess that wouldn't be a 3D printable project. I'm just reworking some of these just to make sure that all the ICs have good connections. So that's way too much solder. It may be too much solder, but whatever. Multi-tip soldering pen, yeah. You have it reversible, so there's a soldering iron on the back of your soldering iron, ready to go. I have so many burns. That one looks fine. Need for rework on that. Everybody else looks okay in this area. Yeah, not too concerned. I don't know about that capacitor, but I think I'm going to ignore it. And then this guy is looking okay. Let's go over this one a little bit. Make it nice and smooth. Nice and smoothie. There we go. Well, all right then. I think we should fire it. Get all flyered up. Okay, let's give this a shot. Did I miss anything? Plugger, Yodiolo. Oh, Flatulent Gonad gave me a shout out. I didn't even see that. That was 2 hours ago. Jeez. Flatulent Gonad's a good friend of the channel. You guys should check him out if you get a chance. He's also on Blue Sky. I totally missed that. Bovanet resubbed. That was 3 hours ago. Bovanet, I think I missed. Smith Clay. Bovanet for 5 months. Smith Clay for 36. Index C 4 days ago. Okay, so I didn't miss that one. And then Miguel Oz for 52 months with Soldering Party we got. Joe DeYolo we got. And then Dr. Plugger we got. Thank you guys all for subbing. What is that, C Stretchin? I've done holding boards in hand slip soldering iron. Right into the palm of the hand. Oh, I've done that too. I was working on a big theater globe that we were replacing all of the like quadrants of the longitude and latitudes. We're replacing them with 4-color like 3-watt LEDs, and I'm standing on a ladder soldering just Ethernet cable because it was the cheapest cable we could get. And so I put the head of the soldering iron in my mouth to hold on to it, and I forgot which end was which because one end is a cable and the other one's an iron, and so I ended up piling right into my hand with a hot soldering iron. That was fun. That was a fun little burn. Most evidence of it I think is gone by now, but yeah, that hurt. Be wary of which end. Slammed it in the upper thigh. That's a weird one. That's a why? How does that? You know what? Whatever. You know what? You do you. So here's the wonderful thing about the M-303 and repairing them is that while you can plug this thing in both directions, on one of them, the PCB ever so slightly is misaligned. So this is the wrong way to plug the PCB in, and it would in fact heavily damage your M-303. Ask me how I know. So yeah, you're supposed to plug it in a particular way, and that allows everybody to line up just right. Some of these are different heights. I'm a little worried about that. I guess they'll do fine with the headers, but some of them are poking out a little bit. I guess I probably overheated the original header that we used to replace that one. But yeah, they stick out kind of a little bit from the headers, so. You're soldering stuff in your lap. Damn. That's hardcore. 4 screws. That I think I only have 3 of at this point. I think I lost a couple of them. Let me go find them. Let us find these screws. The bolts for the 3D printer bed should be coming in the mail either today or by tomorrow, and then I'll be able to print another one of the RC car bodies for the one that I blew up. I'm anxious to see what that top speed is, because with the gyro, that thing screams. It goes really, really fast. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to find this last screw at some point, but I've only got 3 of the 4. We'll put in 3 of the 4. That last one is probably in a screw pile somewhere. The particular flavor of Acid Lab, I think stainless steel, even though it's not high quality stainless steel because it's sticking to my screwdriver, but stainless steel button head Phillips. I was violating several OSHA regulations. Yeah, that sounds about right. Let it scream. It's gonna do acid house noises. Happy acid house noises. Just gonna take a look over in this pile over here and make sure this is where most of the derelict stuff ends up. Phone, what are you telling me? Supplies and spam. It's all phones are anymore these days is medical supplies and spam. Political spam. It's a dangerous season to be picking up your phone. No, no spare screws, although I do have these really nice hex bolts that I put over here. Those are from some kind of an expensive thing, I think. Something expensive. I'm gonna have to keep an eye out for that screw because I just don't know where it ended up. Under or around some stuff in the shop. But anyway, we can now actually test this thing and see if it behaves the same way as the other M-303. And remember, we know that this one is Dave's because there's a little piece of gaffer's tape right here that covers over the name of the engineer that made this thing, that designed the board. MFA in fantasy football. Mine is my glucometer, so it has a little bit more of a purposeful use. But in terms of like contacting me, giving me a phone call is a bad idea. Stripe is -12. -12 goes to the bottom of this header. This is how we know it with the smiley face here. The only indicator that you would get of this with the M-303 is by going online and looking up. They could have put, and it would have been really nice if they had shown you what stripe was by indicating it down here, or it is possible in this design. This design is very spread out. It has a good utilization of space. For the love of all that is good and holy, move some stuff over and put a shrouded header in here. Or yeah, put an arrow to pin 1, anything, man, just to help us out. There's no markings of the fact that you should plug it in like that. So now that I plugged it in like that, I can plug the other end of this into our power, and it'll be our metered power. I'm going to unplug this one, and we'll plug in the cables in exactly the same way. This setup is all over the place, and when I do the finish the actual hardware for the module testing module, then it'll be a little cleaner. So stripe goes there. That's like that. That is now ready for power. I'll need to clean that up at some point. And then we can transfer setup over that we're able to get to make kind of pathetic noises. Gate in is the important one. And then, yeah, that cuts it off if we do that. So then the VCO out, we can just take a look at and see if it's the same. And turn it on and see if there is runaway current on it. Let me just clean this a little bit. Because I think we fixed Dave's module. I think we actually did fix it previously. And I just wasn't confident in what I was doing. And when we returned it to Dave, he said, it's too quiet. And maybe it's down to that transistor. I have new ones coming tomorrow, so we'll be able to put in the actual right transistor. Having the wrong one in there, I don't think harms it. I think it might be just damping it a little bit more. The magic spoke will stay put. We're confident enough in that, in my abilities to remove and add things to circuits. Just in case, we'll keep an eye on the currents down here when I flip this switch. Boom. Okay, let's turn it back off. Nothing happened. Why did nothing happen? Stripe plugged in, offset by 1. That should be totally fine. Circuit boards making their connections, yeah. This one connected back here. Anything happened back here? This all looks like it's connected. That's connected to that. This is connected to that. Stripe is to stripe. Although this cable might be backwards. Nope, that's pin 1. So pin 1 down there, pin 1 down here. What are happen? Unplug the module. Flip the switch. We turn on. Is there a short? Check the other M-303. We were plugged in exactly the same way. Offset by 1. By 2, rather. Offset by 2. Maybe I just wasn't very confident in flipping the switch, because it seems fine now. And there's no runaway, well, actually 300 milliamps at a 12 volts. Yeah, that was drawing 300 milliamps at a 12 volts. Rutrow. What heated up? Something over here. Dave's module is not fix. Dave's module is not fix at all. Dave's module is broke as shit. And the heat is coming from inside the house. Right here. Right there is this chip, and that one is one of these. Let's check. Which one is it? It's coming from there. That one is the one that's further forward. So N19 is apparently heating up. N19, what have you done? That's not even involved with this fix. Sorry, Dave, I cannot allow you to have a working module. Open the pod bay doors. Damn it. Well, let's just see if there's any super offensive thing going on around that chip. Putting the screws in is what really sealed the deal. That's what made sure that this thing didn't work. Poor Dave and his poor module. I feel like I've replaced every single IC on that stupid thing. And I know the identity of all of them. Could it be that the components are wrong? Take a look around that area. Oh man, this desk is a mess. We've been going hard. Need to finish up that power supply. Well, once I get all my licensing stuff sorted, we'll be able to do that. So that one is this one right here. The one that just looks toasty. I put that transistor down there. Is that what was getting hot? Isn't the same module anymore. The 303, the Theseus is 303. You know, all the components are the same. It's just the chips. It might be Theseus's 303, you're right. Wait a minute. Yes, yes. Did I mention to you guys that I'm very smart? I don't need your help. I don't need your help. This is upside down. Put it in upside down. So that's one culprit. Yeah, this one's in upside down. But this is the one that was getting hot. So I don't know what that means. Guys, I've been doing this stuff for 10 years. I'm okay. You don't need to tell me basic stuff. So yeah, this one in backwards. So that's a problem. Let's get it out and in the right way. It's getting close to closing time, but we can just do this and make sure that everybody's okay. Now, since I may have powered this thing backwards, I think it can handle that. I don't think it's that sensitive of a chip, but we'll pull it and we'll put in a new one. The other concern is that this took stuff with it, but I don't really know if it does. I don't know if it will. Well, it's not like I have silkscreen markings to guide me, and you guys have only seen the image on the other PC screen, so, you know, it's no wonder this thing can happen. It's not this isn't rocket appliances. So if our header is right here, this thing is over here, yeah, there's a clear notch. There's a clear notch at the tip there. So this is upside down. Still got the hot air out, though. So I can just grab this off of the board. Looks like there's a short on the chip. I can assure you there's not. And the one that was heating up, would there be a short on that one? Nah. Totally fine. Why this one is heating up is a little beyond me. That does look like a short, though. When did that happen? If that's what you're talking about this one. Any hints on soldering PLCC packages? I've potentially got an old video card to try and rescue. There's a bunch of PLCC 18 packages for its memory, and I may need to replace them. There's something called Chip Quick. Chip Quick. I'll show you it in just a minute. Yeah, that might have been the reason that other chip heated up. If we're shorting that through here. And so whatever this thing is, I may have to replace. I have to figure out what chip that is, or it's possible that it survived, but yeah, it's low temperature solder. Basically, you would apply it to all 4 sides of the PLCC, and by the time you're done applying it, it'll fall off. It's this stuff right here. It's expensive, but it makes rework. If you don't have like a hot air station, this makes rework so much better. Chip Quick, I use REM 4.5 SMD chip removal alloy. If you're looking this up on Amazon, make sure that it's the SMD rework alloy, because there's another one that's like not what you think it is. But if it says, you know, SMD rework alloy, this stuff is good. It works really, really well. You would apply it to all 4 sides. Your PLCC falls off. You clean up the chip with solder braid, and then you clean up the pads with solder braid. You're ready to go again. You have a hot air station. Well, that would be the other way to do it then. If I'm thinking correctly, PLCC is 4 sides with pins on the edges. Why? Stop fighting me. Oh my God, I'm so mad. I'm so angry right now. So mad. It's the scope probe that's not letting it close. All right. Get out from under there, you stupid. Nah. Jeez. What the hell, man? This thing is just in the way. Jeez. All right, hold on. Oh, Portage Lakes Career Center. Yeah, these things are kind of insidious. You can do hot air around all the edges. Hot air on something that big, it's going to take a little while. Chip Quick is a really good way of doing that as well. You just hit all 4 sides with Chip Quick and just get a big soldering iron on it. But the hot air station is probably the more elegant way to go. You can just tilt your board to the side and hit it with that hot air until it falls off. And then you know you're not tugging on any of the pins wrong because you're just having it fall. Although you probably could put something in there to like just kind of like lift it up a little bit. Or you could do what I do and just go around all the edges until it looks like it's shuffling around, and then you can pull it up. That's one on my vacuum form table. Did not melt my foam mold. Oh, that's nice. I didn't get it hot enough and it failed to mold. All right. If you want to share pictures, you can put them on the Discord. Be cool to look at. All right, so we need to get this chip out of here. Let's just get this chip out of here before our milk sours. It's possible that this chip survived the ordeal of being in backwards, but I guess we're not going to take any risks. So hot air, 500 degrees Celsius. There's still a little bit of flux around the pins. I'm going to grab it with the tweezers just to hold its hand, and then we're going to gradually add heat. Just move down a little bit by bit. Yeah, I've had, so in the times I've had to do like QFN rework, when I've broken out the Chip Quick, it's had some of the most shocking results where I'll go, okay, so now I've applied Chip Quick to all of the sides, and then it just falls off. This board isn't held down to anything, so it's kind of really annoying to work like this. I gotta keep you guys in focus so that you can see what's going on. Okay, there's that. And we get a new chip out. That was like $5. That was not a cheap mistake. Chemistry of Chip Quick. It's like a certain kind of metal. The stuff they used, I think, in Terminator 2, Judgment Day. What has been absurdly message? That hasn't been your experience with it? If you use it, I mean, well, I can't say properly because, yeah, it is messy. It does get everywhere. It's not that bad, though. Yeah, bismuth. There we go. Bismuth. Bismuth. Byzantine. Bicentennial. Bachiotomy. LM-13700. Okay. Bleh. Okay. So there were two mistakes in the rework that I did. One was a bridge. We had a unholy soldering bridge sitting on two of our pins up north. And then down here, this thing was an upside down. The hell just made that? Was that this thing again? I just heard like a little scream noise. See, we found mice in the garage. So I'm hearing these noises and I'm like, is it the mouse? Is the mouse here? But it's just this goof off can that keeps making these weird noises. Might have to have another stream of fixing this thing. It's really annoying when it moves around like this. I might want to tape it down. I guess I could just suffer through it just a little longer. See, now that I've soldered it, it's stuck up in a weird way, so I can just push it down and kind of try to align it a little bit. There we go. And it's all aligned. 3D print PCB holders. There are some good Thingiverse projects that are PCB holders, yeah. I was considering it. There's also one that's made out of metal that I think would be good for the larger boards. Because I like my machining vices. I've got these micro machining vices, miniature precision vice. They're very expensive if you don't get them from an estate sale, which is where I got mine from. And they add a whole bunch of inertia to the board. So it makes the board heavy. And I don't think a 3D print would really accomplish making the board heavy enough for me to really enjoy it. This is crooked. The whole chip is just a little bit crooked, and it's really annoying me. How do I fix that? I guess I could push on it here and heat this up. And then I can get the top from here, pulling backwards, and heat this up. Right to there. That's better. Yeah, old estate sale tools are where I got a lot of the stuff that you guys see in the shop. They are... It's like the opportunity is rare, but every now and then, you know, like a friend of mine will be like, yo, we're closing down one of our branches and they're trying to get rid of a bunch of the machine stuff. And I'm like, oh, hell yeah. And so we'll go there and grab like all the equipment from the guy who died. It's like, oh yeah, this is so-and-so's equipment. They haven't worked here for 20 years. You're like, oh, okay. Looks like what I'm doing when I'm tackling a QFP. Quad flat, no lead, QFLN, I don't know. Yeah, this is very basic SMD soldering. We're not doing any special tricks. We're not using stencils. We're just reworking a board with a bunch of SMD stuff. Why were you not getting heat? I feel like this is floating above the pads a little bit. There's that noise again. It's getting cold because the sun's going down outside, and the bottle of basically acetone is starting to make noises. It's making these weird screeching noises, this little squelping that's going on over there. It's scaring me. It's like unholy, strange noises. It's like when you mute a TV and the TV's still actually making very, very quiet sound. All right, so there's that. The other question that we have is whether or not this one is dead. So we know what this one is because it's got the markings on it. I don't think I have a replacement for it. So if it is dead, that means I have to order one tonight. Acetone from beyond the grave. I didn't think we'd have a spooky stream today, but the spook chose me. Woo! It's so spooky. I want to rework your board. All right, so let's see here. We are looking at whatever the heck part that thing is. Let's just double check. Is that a bridge right there? I think that's just flux. Just flux. It is indeed just flux. I don't want to double kill this thing. What chip are you? It's probably that, whatever it is, the digital switch. So we're here. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a 4016. Stop. That's the noise. Oh, did you guys? Okay, listen carefully in the background. This is what I'm hearing. Just very subtly. Very subtle little... And it's near the mic, so you guys probably are front and center with the noise, but that's it. It sounds like it's like a mouse making a noise. I'm not crazy. These sounds have an actual origin. Oh god, now it's constantly making the noise because I squeezed the bottle. So I need a 4016. Do I have a 4016? Probably BE. What was this one? Was there one in here that was a 4016? No, because these are the three chips that this one, and this one are these. So I'm probably gonna have to order it. Let's see what I'm in for here. It's actually, yeah, it's made to be like a bunch of little physical switches almost, but that's like kind of like a mux, just for activating and deactivating stuff. So I can get one quick. None of those. See, the fact that I remember the part number means I probably ordered one at some point, and I might actually have a bunch of through-hole ones. Oh, November 1st. Oh, and there's Chip Quick. That's the exact... Oh my god, it went way up in price. Holy shit. What the Wow, that went way up in price. It was like 45 or something like that when I bought it. If it switches like that, it may have survived. I don't know, because we're this thing right here was the short. So this is a power line coming in here, and we've got a decoupling capacitor connected to it, and then that connected to this line, which goes through 120 ohm resistor to wherever it was going next, and then that came up in here and it went into this pin. And so that's 4 from the opposite side, which means that 4 from the opposite. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That was going into pin 11, whether or not it was activated. And then the misvoltage also went into an op amp, which should be pretty safe. So the op amp can operate up to those voltages. But if it was heating up in the way that it did, I don't think it would have been too great for this thing. What are, okay, CD 4016. quad CMOS bilateral switch. 20 volt digital or plus 10 volt peak-to-peak switching. Plus 10 peak-to-peak, but we might have been hitting it with negative 12 or positive 12. So we were 2 volts out of spec. Which might actually mean that we were okay. It might actually not be dead. I'm not sure, but it did heat up like something awful because we were 2 volts out of spec. We can just see. We can just see if this thing actually works and if it heats up again. So take 2, this time without a short circuit to what? Wait, hold on. What voltage is that? Because like if it was ground, it shouldn't have been, nothing bad would have happened. This one comes into this pin over here, which is the plus or minus of this one. That would be, here, I've got V-trace here. What was orang? Orang is minus V. So we did hit it with negative 12 volts. So yeah, that's out of spec. Yeah, I guess it was the negative 12 volt there. No, we're not worried about the chips inlets. We're worried about the particular pin that we hit. So plus minus 10 volt peak-to-peak switching, 280 ohm typical on state. Actually, wait, what is switch on state resistance matched with antenna? Blah, 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 blah. High degree of linearity. Extreme low off state. Very low, blah, blah, blah. Extremely high control impedance. Match control input. I actually didn't look at the right spec. You're right. You are correct. 5, 10, and 15 volt parametric ratings. Absolute maximum ratings. Supply voltage. 20 volts plus minus. That's in spec. Logic control input pin current. 30 milliamps. We were running 300 milliamps, so that may have been the horrifying thing that happened to it. Source to drain voltage VDD plus 5. VSS minus and plus 0.05. This thing is being fed plus minus 12, which is what it was getting, I think. Let's double check that. What is our VDD and VSS on this one? It looks like that is plus 12, because yellow is plus 12. Plus 12, I didn't mark ground down, but plus 12, and then is it getting minus 12? It doesn't appear to. If it was 0 to 12 volts, maybe. Giving it minus 12 would have been out of spec, so. They can have 18 to 20 volts normally. We'll try it. If it heats up again, then it's dead. Because it got 300 milliamps pumped through it, which is not good for it. It's stable to 30 milliamps, and it's getting 300. Let's give it a shot, though. We'll give it the benefit of the doubt. Hey, man, nice shot. What a good shot, man. That's all plugged. Let's just give it another chance to kill itself. Now that the smoke's gone and the air is all clear, those who were right there got a new kind of fear. Why is that in my head? Damn you, sports music. It's the music that they play when the sports are going on. Been doing it for 20 years. I was there when the scriptures were written. We're watching negative 12. Well, negative 12 is not going to go to 300 milliamps again. So we're just watching to see what heats up, I guess, in here. So 3, 2, 1, action. That said 10 amps for a second there. Those that were right there. That one heats up just naturally. But it looks like we don't have any runaway thermals going on, and we're not drawing an abhorrent amount of current. So we might actually be functional. Lord knows if this thing is hooked up correctly. I'm turning this up to full, this up to full. That's plugged in there. Output to output. And we turn it back on, and then I have to hold down the right hand control. And turn this into hemisphere. And then we find the LFO for this one. That's this one right here. And this one goes to just something. I forget what I made it do. I could also turn it to LFO, though. Ah, if my finger wouldn't cramp like that. That's like closing my fingers when you start getting that. Whew. That's all due to diabetes right there is what that was. Diabetes and having to be dexterous today. But it's mostly just my glucose level falling quickly because I had all that blood removed. I am now super responsive to insulin, which is very nice. That means that my glucose levels for lunch go away quickly, which is just a wonderful thing, but it also means that I can be prone to stuff like that. Okay, so you go into VCO CV, and then you go into our gate. And if I turn this to gate, or VCA, tune it up. I think I need more active signals than this. Yeah, we should be hearing something. If I go to the VCO out, well, now that should be doing stuff. VCO mods all the way up. VCF mod. This or that. Should be hearing something. Which we had Dave's module working like that before. Now it's not. So it could be that the... Well, no, the new chip shouldn't have anything wrong with it. The switch chip, I don't think that would cut off fully. Let's just see if we can do CV. This should be making sound. Slope, shape. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. That's cool. Oh, you can even fold it. Okay, that's more like a gate. Cutoff is all the way open, closed, open. Volume all the way up. There we go. VCO mod. We're just not getting anything out of it. That's funny. I had it making a waveform. What if I give it some kind of an input? I need to actually find something that makes... let's see. What's making a tone or something that I can just hear coming out of this thing? No, I don't need shredder. I don't know what any of these functions are. That's the problem. Trigger sequence tuner. So that should be outputting into the voltage controlled filter. And yet nothing is doing on this board. Okay. Fantastic. I wonder if the output amplifier is working properly. Although that should be making a sound. I should just get anything out of that. Because if we powered the other one, we would be able to see that, like, yeah. Nothing. So something is still very wrong. Like, I don't even get feedback when I do that. Dang it! Tade's module is still very broken. Unless... No, these should work. Oh, God, there it is! Dear God! This is all the, oh, this is a Daft Punk song. That's doing a Daft Punk song. That's how it always starts, with Daft Punk. So, with the VCO out working and following that, try different gate signals. Gating is not working. Hold on, let's double check with... Yeah, that's got a full range. That doesn't mean it works. That means that the VCO works. And actually, compared to this one's a lot louder. Huh. Where does that come from? Maybe I need to replace the 147 or 137, whatever the hell that amplifier is. Maybe I need to replace it in this module, in the viewers module. Output there. If I put gate or amplifier into there, I've got the mod, I've got the decay, resonance is set low, cutoff is all the way open. VCO mod, I haven't really altered that much. Voltage controlled filter mod, turning it back to normal, even though we have VCF in coming in from, that's not a proper signal. Let's change this one to the low frequency oscillator. Where's my LFO? There it is. So we've got that now running off of both things, and it appears as though we're not getting anything. Even though that should be triggering the gate. So something in the gate isn't working, and I have a feeling that gate is connected to the switches, although I don't have the full thing, the full schematic worked out. But maybe in the TB303 they're doing something similar. So let's check. I don't know what that means. Reso open half VCF filter knob. At least you know that your audio connection is loose. Yeah, that was a dumb mistake, but those happen. At least we found it, and now we know that part of it works. But the TB303 repair manual has other answers. This says otherwise. Big block of text that says otherwise. So yeah, this is an extensive repair manual. It's got all the parts you could ever want, all the parts you could ever eat, and it gives you all the stuff. And so our oscillation is being created here based on signals from the main board and the matched pair transistors. Now, Acid Labs took this schematic and they made it with more modern parts. So the schematic is different, but the areas and the voltages and the influences are relatively the same. So I can actually poke into the board and I can find the 5.5 to 12 volt or the 5 volt to 8 volt waves. Yeah, the TB303 is such an iconic synth. I mean, it sounded immediately like a Daft Punk song, and it's funny when you start looking into these pieces of musical equipment and sort of looking closer to like what musical equipment your favorite group is using. They're not that creative with their use of the instruments. There's a lot of use of presets, and it's actually kind of rampant. It's somewhat shocking when you start getting into music, learning that all of your heroes just use preset number 4 on their synthesizer. It's kind of crazy. I guess it's just that they don't have time to get fully into these things and really kind of bring out all that deep functionality out of these pieces of musical equipment. They're just like, oh, look at this thing. It makes this weird noise. And they just roll with that. So where the hell are those switches? I think that's these, maybe. What are those doing? Those are part of the accent engine. I think it's crazy people even still have hardware synths, yeah. And then this thing is from an era when they were giving you the full schematic, which is insane. That's so nice to have. This is, of course, the repair manual, so I don't know if that was leaked or not, but... Yeah, presets get you there faster and in a repeatable manner, too. That's kind of important. The whole modular synthesizer thing is like, you know, none of this shit is repeatable. Like, I'm not going to get the same results the next time I do it. And since I'm using analog hardware, the temperature of the stuff might be different, and it might affect what I get out of the other end. So it's like, who knows what they're doing? But I'm looking for where those switches are, and I'm not seeing them in a whole lot of different places. I think that's what these are. These little guys. Do you need to connect the sine wave to the other parts with a wire? I have considered doing that because I've kind of been piecing apart this circuit and how it functions. The diode ladder filtration and what I call the penis ladder filter, it's difficult to piece apart. It's difficult to figure out exactly how this thing is working. It has to do with a weird property of diodes. But then piecing together what the rest of this thing is doing in regards to figuring out what this circuit is has been the challenge. And so it's part of what has motivated me to start building a module testing module so that I can get all of those LFO signals, so I can get the notes per div or whatever. I can hit it with the voltage that represents a C note, etc., etc., etc. It's cool seeing actual waveform sketch on the schematic. Yeah, that is actually an amazing thing. It is a very, very cool thing. What is this doing? What does it have to do with our signal path? There's a bunch of diodes over there. There's a bunch of stuff going on over here. I don't know. I think further reverse engineering may be required, but it could be that this part is dead, and that's why we're not getting a gate output. It would be nice if I had those waveforms as it pertains to locations on this board, because it would be nice to make sure of what's working and what's not, and like where's the trace that goes between this function and this function and stuff like that. That's the whole purpose of the reverse engineering, though, is I get to piece apart what everything is and what it's doing and where it's supposed to go. Like here's the ladder filter, and so the output of the ladder filter goes directly into the voltage controlled amplifier, which we think is probably not broken, but the actual VCO output comes from, I believe, one of these pins over here, and it has its own like little op amp right here. So was it right the first time? Hold on. It's got like the angled side. This is flipped, by the way. This is flipped. So the angled side, well, it's certainly not heating up very much. This one naturally just gets warm, but it's the one down here. And the slope of the chip, I have the slope of the chip on the right side. It's on the left of the chip in this view. It's on the right of the chip in the computer view. Is that getting too hot? I think that's just how warm it gets. I think it just gets warm. So yeah, it's this is correct. We did have it in backwards. And if I get rid of the there's the nub. So yeah, we got it in the right spot. Flipping boards around can be very confusing, which is why I really appreciate surface mount technology, because with surface mount technology, you're looking at it, right? You're looking directly at it. Free up storage space. Uh-oh. I need to do the copy paste before my stuff fills up. I guess that makes this a good time to take a break. We're going to take a break until Thursday. Thursday, I will have different parts, and maybe we can go and test it. We got more volume out of Dave's module, though, which leads me to think that maybe I need to be putting another one of the amplifier chips into the viewer's module. I'm going to turn this off before I start a fire. We've got a little bit of module testing functionality. We need to come back and look at this with a fresh face. So maybe we'll work on these a little bit more on Thursday. I take Wednesday off because that's time for parts to get here in the mail. I don't know if I need to order anything. I don't think I need to order that switch thing. I think it's probably actually just working. Maybe, but it's possible that I do have to order a package of those. I don't know where I'll have to go for them. They're not common enough that I'll be able to find it with 2-day shipping. I can't get it by the time next stream happens. So I'll have to go through DigiKey or something like that. In the meantime, getting my Fusion 360 copy running and getting all that stuff up and running has been going. I've been doing the things that I need to do. I don't have a lot of blood in me right now, but we're going to keep trucking on. And I will see you guys on Thursday. In the meantime, you guys can catch me now on Blue Sky or on Discord. And I'm sorry, YouTube, you guys don't get this, but here is all of the end stuff, including the new Blue Sky URL. It's kind of clunky. It's Blue Sky app profile dash bother. That's important. I wasn't able to get the underscore .bsky.social. But yeah, we'll be back on Thursday. We're going to do more circuit stuff. In the meantime, you know, be prolific, do whatever you want, and I will catch you guys on Thursday or on Discord. Have a good one. That was the wrong, I didn't click the right thing. Should I see who's streaming? Hold on, let me just see who's streaming. Who's on Twitch? Because I can raid Twitch. I can't raid YouTube viewers. I guess that would be kind of pathetic. It would be like 2 people showing up. Them. Robaz is doing Factorio, which Factorio feels a lot like building a circuit board. Gonad is still doing My Summer Car. I'm gonna raid Gonad from Twitch. All right, you guys enjoy Flatulent Gonad. He's a good guy. / ride no. It's not pulling up Flatulent Gonad. What the butt? Let me make sure he's still streaming. He might have just like stopped in the time that it took me to type that. No, he's still live. Do caps matter? Oh, they've already shouted me out over there. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Hey, everybody check out Flatulent Gonad. I'll be back Thursday. I'll see you guys then.